Here.
Member Kobus?
Here.
Member May?
Here.
Member McCluskey?
Here.
Member Rotroff? Member Rotroff?
Here.
President Kowalski?
Here.
Here. Okay. Communications, do we have any, an NSSEO report at all, Brian?
Yeah, I'll keep it quick. I attended a meeting on October 7th, and we primarily spoke about the, return to in-person learning. And the plan for NSCO is to return, I think, in October 27th. And they're also shooting for, that's a hybrid model. They're also shooting for full return, all students, in late November. Of course, their circumstances are different. The special needs kids need a lot of attention, and but so they're working on safety protocols to ensure that the return is safe, and they're optimistic, but we'll see, I guess.
Okay.
And the next meeting is the first Wednesday in November.
Okay, thank you. No Education Foundation, and any PTO reports? Jen, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I attended Lions Park PTO meeting last week. I think it was last Monday. Just a couple things. One, they still have several open chairs. Both some are yearbook, leaping into literature, a few others. So there's still some open roles if anyone's interested in helping or supporting that. Oh, I hear an echo. I don't know if you guys hear it, but that's okay. I'll keep going. So the second update is that Katie Kelly had shared that there was benchmark assessment had been wrapped up, and then that they were going to be sharing that out with the grade level teams to kind of dive in based on their assessment of the students. And then finally, they were just trying to think of creative ways, whether supporting the staff. There was some conversation around like doing different chalk designs outside of Lions Park, so that when the teachers arrive in the building, they'll be able to see that. In addition, they're trying to be creative on some pumpkin activities, just ways to kind of continue to stay engaged with the parents and the community, while still being virtual. So that was all I had for Lions Park.
Thank you. Anybody else? Rachel?
Hi, so I attended the Westbrook PTO meeting last night. They are working on putting together kind of a no stress fundraiser where families who wanted to participate could donate at different levels. And they are working on some different prize levels. So it will be a little different than in years past, but it appears that the planning is going well, and there will be an announcement coming shortly. The book fair is going to be November 2nd through November 15th online, and they are working to get everything ready with Scholastic for that.
Thank you very much. For the board president report, a couple things. For the next meeting on November 5th, we will be discussing the delegate assembly at the it's a virtual tri-conference. And we're going to discuss the resolutions and how we'll be voting. The delegate assembly is set for November 14th. I know it's kind of last minute. Is anybody interested in being the delegate? If no one is, I will. So one of us will at least be the delegate, and then we will discuss at the next meeting with the resolutions what we'll vote on. Is that okay with everybody?
Yep.
And if you're dying to be a delegate, just let me know. All right. Also, I want to thank everyone who has joined us in person and remotely tonight. We have four board members here and 3 virtually. So whether we are here in person or at home, please know that we all hear all of you. We have received many emails from parents regarding concerns for in-person and for continuing remote, and every board member has read them. We hope that tonight's meeting will address many of your questions. Administration will be presenting a plan tonight regarding the Lincoln Hybrid. The board will be discussing it, but we will be voting on it. We are going to have a special meeting on Monday, October 19th, and that's when we'll be actually voting on it. And I think that is it for my comments. And then now we have community comments. So everyone that wants to make a comment has 3 minutes to do so. The board is also adding this Q&A or FAQ to the D57 website, and it will be in the COVID area. So tonight, if you have a question, we are going to try to answer that, put that answer, the question and that answer up within the next few days on the website. If you have a series of questions, please email that to administration so that that can be dealt with. Or if you have a question regarding specifically your child, do that also separately to administration. And then we will also be posting any emails that are sent to the board via the online form, and we will be sending them out with the board packet the morning of the meeting so that you will get those emails that were sent to the board members. And they will be published anonymously, so your emails will not be put on there and your names, so you don't have to worry about that. And then with that, we can have community comments.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming in person. Greatly appreciate it. Last Saturday, I sent the board an 18-page memo outlining the many ways that the district's external metrics for reopening are contrary to the very expert guidance they allege to follow. It's posted on the District 57 Parents Facebook page if you are interested. To summarize, district administration employees brazenly substituted their own opinions for those of experts at the Illinois Department of Public Health and Harvard Global Health Institute. The effect of this is that district schools are still closed when the expert guidance says they should have tried to open months ago as soon as we entered Restore Illinois Phase 4. The experts agree that schools should default to open in Phase 4, not close as the district put forth. The district's errors in these metrics are wanton and willful, shamelessly substituting their own opinions for public health experts and endangering the health and well-being of students in the process. Yet, the board bought it, hook, line, and sinker, and approved it, saying more thank yous than asking tough questions. Why? A few reasons. First, the board cannot allow district to continue to formulate presentations behind closed doors and not send them out for pre-reading and community comment prior to soliciting board approval. Great to hear that there's a first step in that tonight with the Lincoln Plan being presented on Monday, or voted for on Monday. And second, the board trusted district administration to do it correctly, as there's a lot of guidance to sort through, and the board probably rightly was not familiar with all the guidance presented. But as I have shown, the district is no longer worthy of the board's implicit trust. So, Board of Education members, tonight, instead of launching into effusive praise after the district's presentation, ask the district a tough question as to whether they actually followed the expert guidance correctly. For example, if the district says they can't do something because of no mask-free time or no cohort mixing, or social distancing, ask for the evidence and then ask for solutions. Ask why the high school can do it but not Lincoln. Ask why there will still be circumstances when a child is sitting in the classroom yet forced to receive Zoom instruction instead of live instruction from their teacher. If the student says they cannot provide full in-person education, early childhood services, ask where in the expert guidance it says they can't. And ask why we are so far behind other districts. Ask where the plan is for full in-person attendance. Ask why we can't get the kids back to class sooner, as the experts recommend. If you cannot do this, then you need to re-examine your relationship with the district administration and the union and wonder when you stopped representing the taxpayer and the children. Thank you.
Sir? What's your name, sir?
So good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for your time tonight. And it's good to see some of you that I know, and it's good to kind of meet new people as well. My name's Eric Nellis, and my daughter Claire is a sixth grader at Lincoln. And, I'm just going to kind of speak from the heart tonight. And so to start with, my objective is a full in-person option, complemented by a full remote option for those that want it. It's the original plan. I don't think we're doing enough, or you're doing enough collectively, given the current circumstances, to kind of fulfill our kids' educational needs. I know everybody's working hard, and I know this is difficult, and I know it's a new situation, but, if I look at the current full remote program, if this was pass-fail, I'd give it a fail. What I think we have here is almost education. At best, it's near education. And I hope you guys aren't satisfied by the progress to date. Because every moment, every minute that we spend in the almost zone, there's a huge opportunity cost, whether lost opportunities for intellectual growth, the impact on social development, as well as impact on mental health. The costs grow and compound over time. And I think my bottom line there is this almost is not acceptable. So I think the time has passed for talking and lobbying, and I think we're ready for some solutions. And I think I'm hopeful that we're going to address them here tonight and on a go-forward basis. So I think everybody here tonight has one thing in common, is that we think education is really important. And I think we need to take advantage of sort of the collective resource set that we have at our disposal here. So we are advocating for a reconstituted and energized task force to consider and address the complex issues that are separating our kids from a real education. Our proposal incorporates more and direct parent input in areas including strategy, health, wellness, and safety, facilities and infrastructure, teaching and learning, communication, really important, technology, finance, extracurriculars, and transportation. And I can say that we are individually and collectively pledging subject matter expertise as well as educated enthusiasm to push this initiative over the line and towards success. And I would just close by saying that the success we're talking about here is not my success or their success or your success. It's the kids' success that's at stake here. So what we're asking of you tonight and going forward is to stand with us for them. Students first. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Liz Hutchinson. I have a child in 1st and 3rd grade. First of all, I would like to thank my children's teachers who have done an outstanding job during this very challenging time. I am here today to discuss the option that the board will vote on later in regards to a parent-guardian task force. Many other nearby districts have implemented a parent task force that has been a great asset to the administration, board, and community. We are seeing this task force as a long-lasting community group for District 57. We are hoping, similar to the PTO, this can go beyond this school year and many years to come. This year has truly highlighted, among other things, how much a community of parents can help a district. That being said, we are hoping that if this is approved, and albeit with input from the board, that we will have a task force of parents and guardians with varying perspectives and ideas. I can confidently say that I have not met anyone who isn't longing for the day when teachers, aides, support staff, and students can safely be back in person full-time. That is one issue where I see universal agreement. The how and why is where I believe the task force can be very beneficial. In trying times, I like to recall how only a few years ago, this same community passed a referendum. New to the community, I found it comforting and inspiring. The parents felt so strongly invested and came out in droves to support District 57. These same parents that may presently have differing opinions about our current climate were united during the referendum period to create the best educational opportunities for their families and communities. I truly believe we can recreate this culture and work effectively together with a robust parent task force. In gratitude and partnership, thank you for your time.
Tonight, I stand on behalf of my son. My son, Nolan, he's a third grader at Lions Park School. And like all the students in this district, he's a really awesome kid. Nolan tries really hard at school. And after the decision was made by the school board couple weeks ago, he had asked me, what else can we do? Together, he and I wrote emails addressed to his teachers, the administration team, and individually each member of the school board. Wow is all I can say. An 8-year-old is taking his own education into his hands. Way to go, kid. The disappointing part, though, is that the only people who truly know how awesome my son is are the ones who responded to this email. However, these are the people who haven't been making the decisions on behalf of the community. We appreciate you, Dr. Gore. Thank you, Mrs. R. Thanks, Mrs. Hunt. Thanks, Mrs. Dillon. And thanks, Mrs. Kelly. You see Nolan as a child. You've recognized his feelings and are trying to find a solution even if you disagree with him. Dr. Allmiller and the school board, my son, he's 8 years old. He spent an hour and a half of his time writing a thoughtful letter to you about his feelings towards school. You, as school board members and a superintendent, did not even think to respond nor communicate back to a child of our district. My son, he is strong. But what kind of message does that send to our community and our children? As a school board and administration team, you are elected and hired to listen to the people. Well, the students of District 57, those are our people. They are the reason we're here today. District 57, we need to start being more proactive versus reactive. We need to push for a parent and a student task force across the district to listen to voices throughout the community as well as individuals. Tonight, I address the community as it is apparent that we are not being heard fully, even when told to voice our thoughts and opinions. In these upcoming months, we will be selecting a new superintendent, potentially putting together a proposal for a large major addition, and having an election for school board members. Who's going to be making these decisions? Only the school board? We need to make sure that as a community, we are continuing to be heard. As my son stated in his email, to you, as much as he loves school, he's very sad about the decision that was made. It hurts his feelings. As a community member and a parent, I will continue to teach my child it's okay to advocate and speak out regarding his educational rights. As a district, the school board and superintendent, you need to start listening and being responsive to those that are advocating and providing input. This does not mean that you have to agree with everything that's being said or told, but you should have the compassion and desire to at least acknowledge it. In conclusion today, the district needs to start being more transparent to the community and the children depend on you for a quality education. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nicole Narcisa. I have a first grader at Westbrook. I spoke last time. So my question to the board this evening is, with Kevin's hard work and the information he has presented to you, would the board reconsider the option that we presented to you as an option for Westbrook and Fairview? I understand that would take some planning, but as I've stated before, we are all in this together. We are willing to help you guys. Please utilize us as resources. There's plenty of experts in the healthcare in healthcare, in building and maintenance, in construction, in whatever facet you might need, there are parents here willing to help the schools make this happen so our kids can get back. So I ask you to actually reconsider your vote based on the information that Kevin has provided to you, that it wasn't at face value, and possibly go with another option. Thank you.
Okay. We will be discussing the metrics for this next group of plan, and maybe Sarah, I'm thinking we'll have maybe some answers to what Kevin had presented, or what the reasoning between the two of them. I'm not exactly sure, because I know there was some questions and answers back and forth between you also. So we are going to start with our first staff report, which is the Lincoln Hybrid Back to School Model presentation.
And we're actually going to start with an update on our metrics from Sarah Taberski.
Good evening, everyone. So I am here to just provide an update on the metrics. So the metrics we're using are informed by Illinois Department of Public Health, the Cook County Department of Public Health, the Northern Illinois Public Health Consortium, Return to School Metrics Work Group, and the Harvard Global Health Institute. So with that category, so the first one is the full remote, which is where we were in the spring, which is essentially when we have a stay-at-home order. The targeted only is looking at providing some support to targeted groups of students. So looking at students that need special education services. Can everyone hear me?
Okay, hold on one second, Sarah. We're going to let Sarah do her metrics, and then we'll go back to community comments. I honestly thought you were done because no one kind of stepped up after he cleaned, and I really thought we were going to. And there is another opportunity for community comments. Would you like to wait till after these presentations and then to do the community comments? Would that be okay with you guys then? Yeah? Okay. All right, then we're just going to continue on with the agenda as is, and then we'll do the second set of community comments. Okay, Sarah, thank you.
So the targeted only, we were focusing more on providing some increased support to students who receive special education, potentially students who are in a bilingual learners, and of course that would be subject to space. So looking at that moderate community transmission. Looking at hybrid, we're considering a moderate transmission, but allowing more students to come in person with some safety precautions. So the difference between the targeted only and the hybrid attendance would be looking at the metrics and determining based on those metrics, what it would sense. That's more of if we're in restore with that, I'm sorry, the echoing is a little distracting. With the minimal transmission, we would likely have to give on some of our safety precautions. So we wouldn't adhere to 6 feet, and that's been something that's been made clear as important to the board. So with the full in-person transmission, like hybrid attendance. And with that, difference because they do recommend that kids younger than grade 5 can be in person when they're in that what we're calling targeted only. But it's all based on what the school can provide as far as safety and looking at internal priorities. So even though it's allowable, it's whether or not. So here's an overview of the metrics that we're using. So we have, it's basically 4 external metrics. So the first one is looking at suburban Cook County. So for suburban Cook County, that excludes Chicago, Skokie, Evanston, and Oak Park. These metrics are from the Illinois Department of Public Health website. When we're looking at incident rate, we're considering it for 100,000 people. Zip code. So 10 cases Prospect is going to look a lot different than 10 cases in Cook County. So that's why they provide an equal comparison. And this is also a 7-day rolling average of these cases. So through some average gives us a good idea of the frequency and the rate per 100,000 individuals. The other reason we're considering suburban Cook County as opposed to Mount Prospect by itself is because we only have 35% of our staff who live and work in the district, and we know that many of our families work outside of our district. So we want to be a little broader, although not all our families live within Cook County, or employees live within Cook County. They might live in Lake County or McHenry, but it gives us a approximation of what's occurring in our larger community as outside of our small zip code. Here are the metrics for Mount Prospect by zip code. So again, incident rate. These are the metrics. These are consistent with what 214 is using. They selected to use Harvard for their incident rate, which we wanted to have some consistency with 214, although they're not considering other metrics outside of incident rate that I'm aware of, besides internal metrics. Our next area is looking at our positivity rate. So the positivity rate came from Illinois Department of Public Health's adaptive pause metrics. So with the adaptive pause metrics, it only broke it down into 3 categories into 4. That's why you'll see the targeted and hybrid attendance is a larger chunk than the rest of them. So we wanted to be extremely confident with substantial community transmission. So by having a larger chunk within the center, we're allowing for targeted or hybrid to occur with between 5 and 8%. So when looking at positivity rate, this takes into account the number of tests and that were positive and the number of tests overall that were given. Another metric that we're using also came from Illinois Department of Public Health, and this is COVID-like illness admissions. So this is just to give us an insight for time. Or not, we need to be concerned that some people are not getting tested that may have COVID. So you'll see there's only basically two categories here. It's increasing, so we need to be more aware, more positive, or looking at stable or decreasing over time. Next metric looks at our internal metrics. So this is based on COVID clusters. So a COVID cluster is any 2 cases from one source. So for instance, if I had COVID and I gave it to Dr. Gore and Dr. Ahmiller, then that would be one cluster. So this is considered an internal metric because it's really dependent upon where they're occurring in the building, how many we have of them. A cluster could mean just one classroom is closed because for instance, transmission. We're purposefully simply because it is dependent on which staff are out. So if 85% of our staff are able to be in person and working, that's great. But if our entire custodial staff and entire nursing staff is out, then we won't be able to function in the capacity that we need to function. So it's not so much dependent upon how many staff are out, but how many of which key groups are out. And the final internal metric is looking at PPE and disinfectant supplies. So we have few students in person right now, so we do quite a bit of disinfectant on hand. But as we bring in more students and if there's a greater transmission in the community, it does get brought up by other groups and schools and corporations who also are looking to stock up their disinfectants and PPE supplies. So we just need to make sure we're monitoring that and ordering at a pace that can keep us at a safe level, that we're not worried about running out. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what some of the external metrics look over time. So like I said, IDPH did recommend looking at metrics over a time and not a single data point. So started going back in time to July to see what the trend data looks like over time. Our most recent data point was 99 Bourbon Cook County. So you can see there's a slight upward trend, but the next threshold for this metric is 175. So we're quite below being concerned that we're going to reach that next level at this time. So it's relatively stable over time, although I know there's been a lot of recent concern with cases in the community. Looking at the positivity rate for Cook County, it's currently on a downward trend. This may change with the increased number of incidents within the community, but this is boding well for return to person, being that it's currently below 5%, and the last 3 data points are relatively consistent. I also shared this graph last time, which does a combination of a few external metrics. So it's looking at the incident rate, the positivity rate for suburban Cook County, and also COVID-like illnesses. So COVID-like illnesses weighted less heavily than the incident rate and positivity rate because those are the more robust data points. So you can see there's actually a downward trend looking at this right now, and that's mainly because we have a low positivity rate and we have a stable or decreasing COVID-like emissions, even though there's a slight upward trend for incident rate in suburban Cook County. It's color coded to be in the yellow just to show where we would be considering this overall metric, and that would be a hybrid indicator. Next is looking at Mount Prospect by zip code. So this is the weekly incident rate. So with this weekly incident rate, there has been some increase in Mount Prospect as well as suburban Cook County. It's still below, it's actually on the lower end of the orange range. It just bumped up. As you can see, we had a couple really low data points, and then we have a more recent high data point for incident rate in our local zip code. And the positivity rate for Mount Prospect is also declining as it was in suburban Cook County. So that has been relatively consistent. We had one high data point, but overall it's been remaining below 5%, which is a good sign. And again, the combination of those metrics, it's within the yellow simply because some of these lower points here are at about 1.5. So it rounded up to yellow, but that would still indicate a hybrid based on this individual metric. So this looks slightly different than it did last time, simply because I broke up the positivity rate for suburban Cook County and the positivity rate for Mount Prospect by zip code. So you could see the difference between them in case one was falling in one level and one was falling in a different level. Right now, they're both below 5%. Obviously, I talked about the COVID-like illnesses and the COVID clusters, and all of our internal factors are within the green range. So currently we only have 2 metrics in the orange range, and based on all the information we have, I would say we were on track to go to a hybrid model. So that's all I have right now.
Quick question, for that targeted only area, we're not the only district that uses that metric. Is that correct?
That's correct. There are a few districts around the area who are also using a targeted only approach, even though they are considering the Harvard metric similar to what we're doing.
Okay. And just a quick question, just to the board members, is everybody in agreement at least with accepting these metrics, besides asking some additional questions? Jerry?
So I had the same question. Are we aware, because, you know, I was going back through some of the materials, and I didn't understand where the targeted actually came from. Was that because we were actually replicating what other districts were doing? Is that from your discussions with the other districts that evolved?
So yes, it is partially from that. Also a consideration with the Illinois Consortium, and just looking at how we could better provide some support for students that have really intense needs.
Okay. And I guess actually just a follow up to that, is there anything, because the intent of that was for a specific student population, I guess, what's the harm in actually having, I'm trying to figure out what the harm is in actually having that, because that seemed to be a point of contention. What would that leave out if we didn't have that? That would just not address that special population of students. You tried to be very specific with that group, right?
Yes. So if we didn't have a targeted only and we only had the 3 levels, which would be essentially everybody's remote, hybrid, or everybody's in person, then those students that have more intensive needs, we wouldn't necessarily have been able to provide them with some in-person support during the last couple months.
Okay.
Brian, did you have any questions?
Yeah, you said based on these metrics, we're on target for hybrid. Could this also indicate that we're on target for full in-person? Could it be argued?
How we're making decisions should just be informed by the metrics. We should not hold ourselves to any specific area simply because we might see a spike in one area unless it's more significant to internal metrics, because that's a lot harder to account for. With the in-person, my recommendation would be to be at least in the yellow range if we were considering a full in-person, as opposed to being in the orange range like we are currently for incident rates, simply because that's a pretty big gap with community transmission right now. Could we consider moving to that? Certainly. There is a lot of leniency within ISB's guidance on school reopenings, but it's whether or not we as administrators and the board want to let go of some of the safety requirements and expectations that we've considered over the last few months.
So if the incident rates remained static, then you wouldn't recommend transitioning from hybrid to full return?
I think we'd need to see a decrease in that before we would necessarily consider a full return. So we would have to say that we're not going to adhere by 6 feet.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Just a follow-up. Actually, it was interesting following up on your question, because I think we talked about this at the last meeting. You know, everywhere you go, you see signage for a minimum of 6 feet apart, and you know, it's guidance that's been out there. It's at all of our stores. It's at places of work. Everywhere I go, it's 6 feet apart. I guess one of the biggest struggles I have is our schools just are not, we could not fit all of our kids back in a full model and still keep what is the common guidance out there. That's the struggle that I have, is that we really only have capacity for about half of the kids based on the classroom designs that we've got, without physically building twice as many classrooms. That's the greatest struggle to me. I just don't see a physical way to actually accommodate all of our kids coming into these classrooms. I think, Mary, you had said, you know, that we could only have about 13 per classroom in some of those classroom designs. So I don't know how we could actually accommodate that. And you know, regardless of where the metrics are moving, I just don't see how we get beyond that. Even if every line was in the green, could we physically make it happen if everything lined up? And that I just don't see it. It seems like math. I mean, it doesn't seem like it seems like an equation that we can't solve physically with the facilities that we have.
Vicki, go ahead. Yes. Thank you so much, Sarah, for reviewing the metrics with us again. I think, for sure, these past few meetings have really shown how important the metrics that we land on are in determining our plans, right? The metrics form the very base on what is recommended and what we consider safe or not safe. And actually, to Jerry's point, too, I was thinking the same thing, that we just don't have the space if our current metrics are that we must be, 6 feet apart, and we just don't have the building space. I was just wondering, Sarah, if you could, or what your thoughts would be, given that different districts are using different metrics, what you thought about the comment that our district is using
maybe guidelines or parameters that are more stringent than, maybe ISB or IDPH, how would you answer that question?
So I guess my answer would be that we are using more metrics, external metrics, than some of the surrounding districts, where some surrounding districts are only using one external metric. But I guess that allows us to be more purposeful in our planning right now, as opposed to focusing on just one indicator if things aren't going well, especially considering positivity rate is also a good indicator of community spread. So I know that there are other districts who are using far fewer, and there are some other districts who aren't they're saying they're using things like positivity rate and the COVID-like illnesses, but they're not necessarily noting what those levels are for their metrics. So they're not necessarily being as transparent as we are with ours. So I don't know that there's a right or wrong way to determine the metrics, but based on the information that we gathered from multiple sources, this would be our recommendation.
Okay. Did you have anything else, Vicki? Does anybody, Jen or Rachel? Rachel, go ahead.
If you could just help me clarify or potentially confirm just some of the points from Mr. Bull's memo, and I guess for everyone who is listening as well. So the IDPH does not mandate a 6-foot distancing. However, ISB, the Illinois State Board of Education, says that it recommends that, as well as IDPH. So we could, in theory, decide against it. However, we as a board in July and August, when we were first discussing this, put as one of our higher priorities that 6 feet of distance could be maintained, that mask wearing was a non-negotiable, and that 6 feet of distance was non-negotiable. And we made that decision based upon the extensive parent feedback we had received at that point from the focus groups, as well as all of the emails that we received. So I guess for me, that's where I see some of a difference in groups that are arguing for different models, that there truly isn't a metric that states, yes, it's in person, or yes, it's hybrid. It's probably suggesting somewhere in there, but we as a district are tasked with it from ISB and IDPH to take that guidance, which it is guidance, it is not a mandate, and apply it as we best see fit to our local circumstances. Am I understanding how we are to interpret the guidance correctly?
Almost. So ISB actually says that do your best with 6 feet.
Yes. Okay.
But IDPH, in the webinars they provided for schools, was really explicit, saying that they recommend 6 feet. Again, not a mandate, but they took a more forceful stance on it than ISB did. And there was obvious disagreement between those groups when we attended some webinars. So it is whether or not we want to prioritize it, because it is guidance, like you know.
And the Harvard guidance then also advocates for universal mask wearing, rigorous social distancing, and if that is not able to be achieved as a secondary measure, as long as there is pandemic resilient teaching and learning spaces, which for everybody, I guess the criteria for that is, so to be considered like a pandemic resilient classroom, there would be enhanced outdoor ventilation, pandemic resilient bathrooms, so different, bathroom structures and everything, and then sanitation resources, which I think at this point, other than potentially opening the windows, we do not feel that our spaces at scale can be made to be pandemic resilient learning spaces, at least not across the district as many as would be needed to accommodate a full person in learning. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think I understand that then. Okay. Thank you.
Jane, go ahead.
Thank you. So Sarah, just one quick question. I know obviously we've had across, not just across Illinois and local school districts surrounding us, but also across obviously the entire U.S. Every school district is kind of faced with this challenge and has made decisions. Have we at this point, since many schools have opened now for several, close to 2 full months, or will be towards the end of this month at least, have we gotten any assessment, response? I know there's not, I know recently I was listening to the news where there's not a national database where, that you could find out what the school is doing and the COVID cases and kind of, sometimes it's more just local news if you know if a school's back to remote learning. But I thought there was a survey, whether it was led by Harvard or a larger university. Have we gotten any data, or is that any data that will be coming to us just to kind of reevaluate and not necessarily change, because I think everything Rachel said was 100% correct, as well as others. But I do think it would behoove us to make sure we're rechecking and seeing, because I know when we talk about the 6 feet, there's definitely, if you move to 4 feet, it equals this percent, whatever that might be. And so I think if we could get our hands on that, and I'm sure it's way more difficult than I'm asking, but just something for us to think about as we continue to move forward, that we're kind of revalidating and checking. I'm assuming those institutes that you recommend, that you referenced earlier, will be doing the same, but at the very least, I think we should too. So just more of an ask as we kind of move forward, less of a question. So.
Yes, I'm not aware of anything currently, but I can certainly look into that. And even IDPH has updated their guidance multiple times over the last few months. So just being aware of keeping up to date on what the recommendation as we learn more about this virus.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And, Kim, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think kind of to piggyback off of Rachel's comment, I seem to recall from our last conversation about the spacing that while 6 feet of distance is not mandated, the encouragement is actually that is the minimum amount of spacing that should be maintained between individuals. And again, to Rachel's point, I think as a board, we've agreed that between masks and 6 feet of distance, those are the two kind of across the board, nearly universally agreed upon measures that have been shown to be safest. And so if we want to bring students back to school, but if we want to do that by keeping those two factors in mind and really adhering to those things, I think the metrics that we're using that Sarah has laid out for us are really helpful. And I appreciate that they are maybe a little bit more stringent than what neighboring districts might be using. I think maybe Brian, to your point, it seems like, the majority of the metrics that were being shown are in that green zone, but the two that aren't, I think to me are the most problematic. And they're the ones that if we were to say, those ones don't matter quite as much as these other ones, let's just go ahead and bring everybody back to school. Because of the level of transmission currently, I could see those other metrics that are in the green now jumping up and, kind of becoming skewed because of that. And so I think the question to me isn't so much like, do we want to change or alter the metrics? I think there might be some discussion to be had about which of these metrics weigh more heavily. Certainly to me, I feel like those two that were in the orange are probably the more heavily weighted in my mind. But I think to some degree, Sarah, the way that you've laid things out kind of already takes into account some of these things that, like you said, the COVID-related illnesses that might impact or might give an indication of like what the true picture of coronavirus is in our community, but isn't necessarily directly related. So those are my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you. And we as a board have agreed that 6 feet and masks are our requirement for going forward with whatever plan that is for the schools. We're discussing this at a board meeting. This is not community comment time, please. So that is what we had discussed back in July, and that is what we will continue to do with the 6 feet and the face mask. So, and the metrics, I mean, other districts have used it, and I agree with Kim, it gives us even more to look at and to combine and to see where we fall in. So I'm good with the metric system as it is being presented to us. I'm good with it continuing on as such. And I hope it seems like everybody is good with that also. I'm asking the board members. Go ahead, Vicki.
Good with that. So, yeah, I think if I had to choose, I would always choose to err on the side of safety and being overly cautious. But I do, like to Jen's point, I would be very interested in hearing, if it's possible to gather this data, what the other schools that are currently open, like the local schools, a lot of the parochial schools that are open, what metrics they're using, if maybe they are able to maintain 6 feet and continue to be open, or maybe they're at 3 feet and then they have these little clusters of COVID. I'm not really sure, but yeah, just a comparison of what is working or not working for those districts, and then we can, I think that would be helpful to know.
So I guess if that's something to look into with all the other, if there is, a website, a targeted thing, or to see about contacting each district and to see what their metrics, or to see how it is working with them if they are doing the less than 6 feet, and then we can move forward from there. But currently, right now, it is the 6 feet. Kimberly, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to echo that. I think I would be very interested to know what the other districts are doing, certainly the ones that are in person that are working well. I suspect we might see some of the issues that we've already discussed in terms of these school buildings have more space, they have bigger capacity in their classrooms, they can accommodate a different amount of students at one time with the appropriate amount of space. I'd also be really curious to know for schools like St. Viator and New Trier, I know those aren't quite so neighboring, but the ones that are having issues and are seeing incidents of illness, I would hazard to guess that likely the metrics that they've employed are not quite as stringent as the ones that we are following or that we are basing our guidance on. And I think having that information to compare would go a long way towards, informing us as board members, but also informing the community of, the rationale behind using these particular measures.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you. Oh, go ahead, Sarah.
I was just saying I can certainly look into that for the board.
Thank you. And then we'll continue on with the hybrid plan.
Good evening. Hello. All right. Thank you so much. I'm Mary Gore, for those of you who are at home, Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, and I will be presenting tonight with my colleague and friend Paul Szymanski, the Lincoln principal. All right. So as we know, this is not our first time presenting a recommendation to the board, so we'll go on to the next slide and just contextualize this within our timeline. So back in July, the recommendation was to have a full remote start, and that would begin the projected date, the tentative target date for the phased-in return at that time was given to be October 19th. As we know, on September 24th, we came back before the board and shared the recommendation for an elementary hybrid model. And at that time, it was approved by the board, and currently plans are underway for there to begin the start of that elementary hybrid model for November 9th. So Tonight, we want to present a plan, which we will describe in detail, that retains this element of parent choice. After all, we are still in the phase 4, and we understand that many families desire to stay in full remote, and others need to by different reasons. And we also understand very clearly that there are other families who strongly desire for there to be an in-person option. And the recommendation for that return would be November 3rd, or 30th, excuse me, November 30th. So we'll go to the next slide and talk more specifically. So in looking at the development of a plan, it was very clear that the elementary hybrid plan that was presented would have been strengthened had there been more of an involvement of parents and other stakeholder groups, even students. And a weakness of that plan was that what we presented to you didn't have really robust data from those voices. So tonight, we wanted to be sure that what we bring before the board has representation from stakeholder groups. I understand from the voices of those who shared and others that there's always a desire for that to be increased. So I don't stand to say that we are perfecting the art of involving the voices of our stakeholder groups, but I do come to show that there's an acknowledgement that that can always be improved and increased. So specifically, the voices took the form of surveys. We did survey Lincoln students, Lincoln parents and guardians, and also Lincoln staff. So we'll go through some of the comparisons of what these stakeholder groups shared. And we also, Paul Szymanski and myself, hosted 4 parent forums that was open to all Lincoln parents, but we had 76 parents sign up. And these forums were approximately an hour to an hour and a half in length and included some information sharing from us as administrators and also time for parents to ask questions, share their concerns, give recommendations, and it was very informative. So we thank all of the parents who attended. Go to the next slide, thank you. All right, so here is the result from the parent survey when parents were asked to make a decision, obviously absent of any specific plan. So at this point, we hadn't given a full description. And we did get some complaints about people feeling frustrated that even to be expected to hypothetically make a choice like this would really be contingent on understanding the specific details. And I think that's fair. However, in the interest of not presenting a plan that already existed and getting people's input from it, but rather trying to develop a plan from the ground up based on input, that was really the rationale from asking, based on where your family is today, where do you lean? Where do you tend to see yourself wanting? And based on these results, as you can see, 62.4% of families responded about the desire for their child to attend in-person learning, and 37.6% selected to remain in the current remote learning model. And as you can see, we got a great response rate, 758 responses, which was great to see. Now, we also wanted to show and point out that of the families who selected remote learning, of the 283 people on this survey who selected remote, we wanted to better understand the rationale for that decision. And as you can see, almost 60%, 59.7% of the respondents who selected remote indicated that their main reason for this choice was the concern about the safety of in-person. The second largest category was, let me make sure I've got it. I can't read that far. The second was a medical reason for family members, and that was 12%. And the third and largest category was remote learning is the best model for my student. That was 7.4%. And the fourth largest model, largest selection was medical reasons related to a student. And then the other approximately 15% was everything else because people had an option to select other. So of people who selected other, as you can see slightly in the text, there were all sorts of different write-ins, many having to do with logistics, childcare, schedules, and also many families saying, I don't want a half-time in person, that I selected remote really out of an indication that I need a full in-person, Monday through Friday. So that really represents this data. We can go to the next slide, please. Okay, this slide provides the comparison between stakeholder groups. And I realize it's difficult to see, so I'll go through and highlight, I think, what's the most important to glean from this, although it's very interesting to look at the details. These are the categories of consistent questions from the surveys between students, parents, guardians, and staff. And you can see in the first column is the number of responses. In all areas, there was a good response rate. I'd say students were the least because we have approximately 700 or so students, so it's the least voice in this, regrettably. So what's bolded in this survey, or in this chart, are the categories that had the strongest results. So for students, the question with the highest average response was, how important is it that students remain on their current school team? And the average response was a 3.74. Now, the scale provided for all of these surveys was 1 through 5. 1 being not important, I'm not concerned about this question, or I don't have a preference, all the way to this is extremely important, or I'm very concerned. When you look at Lincoln parents and guardians, the highest category was responding to the question, how important is it that students receive most core classes during in-person times? You can see the average was 4.71. The second highest I bolded because it almost hit that 4 mark, which I think is significant, and that is how important is having a hybrid option that includes a full day of in-person learning. And for Lincoln staff, the question that had the most significant response was to the question, in a full day hybrid model, students would be maskless during lunch. How concerned would you be about maskless times during the day? And you can see the average response was 4.4 of that group. So we can go to the next slide. Really, in summary, in taking these different channels of feedback and this important information from the surveys and forums, really the takeaways that provided a lot of framework for us as we developed what tonight's proposal will be, is trying to really represent a plan that keeps these priorities in mind. We understand that parents want choice. We know that some families, again, really need or want a full remote option for their child. And very importantly, they don't want to choose that and have any feeling of a less than experience for their child. They want to maintain a rigorous and valuable learning option. And similarly, we have many families who want the option of in-person, we know, and this is very important, and we are hearing from families who are describing the challenges that their children are having with having to deal with remote learning and being isolated from their peers and teachers. We also want to represent that we have to take very seriously our staff member safety, and when providing a model that includes a time where children are not wearing masks, even if it's for a short amount of time, eating their lunch, we are operating under the understanding that that is an increased risk time. And we understand that there are concerns that have been raised about including that in an option. We understand that it's important to prioritize core classes. For Lincoln, core would mean math, ELA, science, and social studies. So when we use core, those are the classes we're talking about. And we really want to incorporate what is the students' most important area based on the survey, which is their desire to remain with their current teams. So keeping these in mind, we're going to talk now about what our recommendation would entail. Before we do that, cliffhanger. Boring definitions. Okay, so by this point in COVID, I think we can all appreciate that there are lots of different terms that maybe 8 months ago we never thought we'd be talking about. But now we're talking about all these things. And depending on, what one district uses and terms something, it may actually mean something slightly different from what another district may term something. So we felt it was important that tonight we just very quickly gave a clearer definition of these different learning models. So in the model you're about to see, we're going to talk about in-person learning. And in-person learning is probably our pre-COVID idea of being in a classroom with a teacher, although what's different is, as we know, it will be with 6 feet, it will be with increased social distancing, and interactions will be minimized to limit the possibilities of transmission. But that means children in a classroom and teacher in a classroom. When we talk about live stream learning, we talked about this a little bit at the last board meeting. This reflects when students are participating in lessons remotely through Zoom, while the teacher who is in the classroom is simultaneously teaching children in the classroom. So you might have 12 students in the room, and that could be cohort A, and you have cohort B, another 12 students who are logging on through Zoom. You might say right now, this is the perfect example of a live stream board meeting, because we've got board members at home, I could be the teacher right now, and we have students in the classroom. That would be what we're talking about. And for remote learning, that would be really students participating in the lessons remotely from Zoom with a teacher who is focused on only remote learners, that the teacher is not simultaneously teaching children in person. All right. So tonight we want to propose that for the phased-in hybrid approach for Lincoln, that we think of this in 2 phases. Phase 1 would be 4 half-days of in-person learning per week. And again, we're talking about cohort A and cohort B. You can see the days. So cohort A would attend Monday mornings, Tuesday mornings, Thursday mornings, and Friday mornings. Cohort B would attend in the afternoon on these days. Both cohorts of children would have full remote learning on Wednesdays, and we'll talk about why and what that would look like. And then no lunch would be provided because this is half-day learning. So this would be the part 1 phased-in model. And this we suggest to happen on the Monday after Thanksgiving break. We propose that this would go for 3 weeks. And in that 3-week time, we think that we would have the exact students who would be signing up and enrolling for this option, and therefore we could really fully make distinct plans for lunch around the needs of the exact children who will be staying for lunch when we transition to phase 2. And phase 2 then, students would remain with their cohorts, cohort A and cohort B, but instead of coming 4 days a week for half days, they would have 2 full days of in-person learning per week and 1 full day of remote learning each week, still on Wednesdays. And on the days where they are not attending in person, they would be live stream learning. So we're going to break down elements of this, but this is kind of the overall idea that we're starting with phase 1 half days and really transitioning to a full day option for after winter break. All right, we go to the next slide. Thank you. All right, so again, when we're looking at the dimensions of Lincoln, the square footage of classrooms, we're talking about 10 to 12 students to stay within the 6 feet of social distancing. And, the pros of this model is that we are, again, maintaining no mask-free times throughout the day at this point, and maintaining the board's priority on social distancing because there will be less students in a classroom. The schedule that we'll go through on the next slide will show how this is a familiar schedule for students, and it also transitions nicely into a full-day phase 2 option. We really feel strongly that a benefit of this model is that core classes and many encore classes can be delivered by a live teacher in the classroom with students. And that we can do the coverage of content daily, that we're not delaying students' access to learning in this model. Yes, live stream learning has its challenges, and we'll get to those in a second, but the benefit and the reason why so many districts are taking this approach is that it allows you to continuously cover curriculum, and you're not reducing the pace of coverage. We know that older students have more independence in the way that they can navigate, I think, and more agency over their learning than some of our younger children. So though live stream learning, we will continue to talk about some of the realities that we need to consider with this model. We do feel that it's possible and more achievable for older students to have success with this model. So live stream learning, as anyone can imagine, does entail the complexity of working with children in the space, in their classroom, and also kids at home. We've heard, many of us have connected with other districts who are operating with this model, and you hear pros and cons. You definitely hear success stories where people are making it work, but you also hear that there are some things that aren't so great, that some children are feeling isolated because they're home, and that it's been a bit of a learning curve to manage and navigate those two worlds at the same time. We also realize that even for the in-person time, there's still social distancing. And so even for the students during their time in the classroom with the teacher, it's not quite the same, that it used to be, that there's still going to be many procedures to make sure kids and staff are safe. And being masked and having social distancing is just a different environment for learning, even when you are in the building. Having a plan like this requires there to be some cohort groups of students to minimize transmission, and so the recommendation is to do this by grouping math levels for students, and byproduct of this is that it would mean ensuring accelerated ELA classes may not be possible. We use the word may because until we would know exactly who signed up for which option, we can't say exactly what would be the outcome. And we'd rather err on the side of caution than overpromising something that we cannot provide in this model. There would be implications for team placement and teacher assignments similar to elementary. We think that in many cases we could keep students with many of their same teachers, but it will be possible based on the student profile and also the parent's enrollment request for that child. They may need to switch teams and at least have different teachers. So it isn't a for sure, but it's possible. And just like any in-person learning scenario, we know that there can be short-term and long-term transitions back to remote, whether it's a class, whether it's a student, or whether it's an entire school. Obviously, this is within the context of the virus, so there needs to be very quick ability to adapt back and be flexible based on these situations. And any half-day model is going to increase a cost for busing. And we're going to talk tonight about an increased cost of hiring additional teachers. You can recall that in previous board meetings, we've talked about the challenge of predicting if it would be an A, B, C cohort model or an AB. And you may be wondering, how did we get so cleanly to an AB? Well, tonight we're going to describe that we are going to recommend if we can't staff A and B with our existing staffing plan, we are going to recommend that additional staff are hired in order to ensure that students or families who select full remote get a full remote teacher for their core classes. Not for their encore classes, not for PE, not for some of their broad experiences, and maybe even world languages, but at least for their core classes that they would have a fully devoted remote teacher, because that was a very important piece of feedback that we received consistently. So I'm going to now transition to Paul.
So in the development of the schedule, even back in July when we did the first proposal, there are lots of different options, lots of different choices, lots of things going on. And it was with limited information in the beginning of like what is possible and what our school district's doing. So I mentioned before that I was in cohorts and meetings with other principals, both in the local area and outside. There have been a couple of Zoom connections with like 40 local principals, all in the same boat and trying to navigate this. And although the scheduling in and of itself, it's like, okay, here is the structure, like just implement it. Each school, each district, each staff, each building has its challenges and they're different. So even though the model may look the same, it's like, okay, what components need attention? And we may have different ones than other ones have. And I'll give you a quick example. Some of my colleagues in Park Ridge were having substantial scheduling challenges because of their staffing numbers that Lincoln did not have. So we had something a little bit easier when they had something a little bit more challenging. So the most common model out there amongst the ones that are going into a hybrid, whether they're planning or they're fully implementing, is similar to the one that's right in front of you. So it's 1 day of remote that you kind of bring everybody together kind of in between. You can do a deep clean, you can really focus time and attention on that. But essentially it's 2 days a week going in person. So in our phase-in on phase 1, however, we're looking at the AM and PM shift. And the reason why we're recommending this for that 3-week time frame is to really nail down the structure, nail down the schedule, nail down the parameters and the protocols, and making sure that the students that are going to be in person really are following what the expectations are and they kind of get used to what the new normal is going to be. So if we have cohort A in the AM, they keep bouncing back and forth, periods 1 through 5, 6 through 10, and then Thursday 1 through 5, 6 through 10. So they go through their entire schedule in the AM. It's similar to the elementary model of keeping that cohort in the AM. Same thing in the PM, again, 6 through 10, 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 1 through 5, with that Wednesday there. So we don't have to focus our time and attention on the parameters of lunch, but as Dr. Gore mentioned, we can really make sure that we kind of cater or customize to what it is that's occurring in the classrooms. We can also make sure that we get supervision down. We can get some of the alternative lunch placements and things like that to make sure that we really nail that down. But this gives us an opportunity to really focus on in-classroom responsibilities, in-classroom structures, schedules, things like that. Using the washroom, what does passing period look like? Does it exist? Things like that to make sure that we nail that down so that when we go to a full day, it's kind of routine. It's like, okay, we're used to this. So Wednesday right now, I have seen some models that do like a remote day on Friday or a remote day on Monday. Right now we're focusing on Wednesday because it kind of rallies the troops back together. So you have them Monday, Tuesday, bring them all together Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You notice on the bottom, those distance learners, the idea is that if we have the staff, and right now with parent feedback, if we're looking for that 33% number, because if we have about 33%, we think that we're able to staff the majority of our full remote with our current staff, pending some of those outlier periods. And so if we have enough that do sign up for a full remote option, then our staffing can work out that way. That's why that survey out to parents was so critically important. Rather than focusing on a specific schedule, hey, are you even willing to enter the building? If the answer is yes, let's get some feedback from you to see how it is that we can do it. If you're not willing to come into the building, let's talk about that. And let's see how many people are really hesitant about coming into the building, so then we can look at our staffing. So taking a look, just a breakdown of what that looks like, kind of with that group. So if you're cohort A, again, you would be in the mornings. You would work it out that way. You would live stream with the teacher in the afternoons. So you'd still get a full day of school. We'd have that lunch transition period right in the middle of the day to make sure that we sanitize those surfaces, get things cleaned, make sure the kids are able to get home, bring in the new group, be able to kind of play it out that way. Again, with live stream, the challenge is it's, again, something that teachers have never done. So regardless of your experience level, regardless of how long you've been teaching, you've never live stream taught before. Just like a lot of them haven't remote taught before. So they're doing something brand new. We're, again, asking our staff to do something brand new again. Our staff really has been working incredibly hard to make that remote learning as viable as possible. So that was their time, effort, energy, and focus on those first couple of weeks to make sure that it's a viable option. a temporary option, but a viable option. And now we're going to be asking them to live stream. A lot of schools that are in a hybrid are implementing live streaming, so we know that it exists. To what level of success, I don't know. I've been talking to teaching colleagues and principal colleagues as well, and right now they're kind of rolling with it. So you would be teaching to a group, and you would be focusing your attention on both and kind of navigating both. And it is a new skill set. It's something that, again, we've never done, but we're proposing it to try it out because we do know that it's something, again, that's viable with some of the other districts. The idea is that in person, we do have the core teachers. We still need to navigate the encore classes and what that looks like, especially for our distance learners, because we do have some singleton classes. We only have like one French teacher. We have a one Project Lead the Way teacher, things like that, that it's going to be a little bit nuanced on figuring that out. So that's why when we get the numbers, then we can really fulfill our schedule and determine our staffing needs at that time. But essentially just a focus again on that AM, PM model to make sure that we kind of roll through it. Then on phase 2, again, once we get into the routine of things, then we can look at implementing lunch and what that looks like. So the idea is that November 30th, I know that it looks like a long time away. Keep in mind that we do have a week off for Thanksgiving, so it's not as far as you would think, but that really gives us an opportunity to make sure that the scheduling, the staffing, the hiring, the potential hiring, if there are candidates out there, things like that, to make sure that we nail that down. There is a substantial amount of rescheduling that may occur. With cohort models, at least we think that we're able to maintain teachers and teams to the best of our ability. But that's to be determined, because depending on which staff we would be asking for to be full remote teachers, that might be your math teacher. And unfortunately, your math teacher is unavailable at that point. But we would put a priority and emphasis, just like the elementary is doing, to make sure that if we can maintain teams and teachers, we're going to be doing that. But that does take very intentional planning. So you look at the full day, essentially it's very, again, similar to a lot of the districts, but again, with our nuances. In person for cohort A, Mondays and Thursdays. In person full day for cohort B, Tuesdays and Fridays. If you're not in the building, you're live streaming and you at least have that connection to the new material and what it is that's going on through live streaming. Again, that's that balance between the teaching of in person and the people on the outside. With Wednesdays, again, rallying the troops, bringing them all together to make sure that you have that cohesiveness. And the idea is that our distance learners are on full remote for, again, all their core classes and potentially their encore classes. And the next slide will be able to talk a little bit more about that. So again, the breakdown is very similar to many of the surrounding districts of the 2 days in, 2 days out, and 1 day of that full remote. The students on the bottom right, the full distance, again, that remote learning, the encore classes, that's still something that we have to navigate through depending, again, what our population is of our students that are either full distance or coming into the classroom. So if we have the staffing to be able to provide that, and they can be remote, great. If not, then they may need to be live streamed. But one thing that we are going to make sure that there's an emphasis on is that the core classes are not just full live streamed. I do know some colleagues that currently they only offer hybrid with a live stream option, and they are not offering a remote. So if you don't want to come in, you get a live stream option. You do not get a remote learning option. And we heard from a substantial amount of parents that really want to keep for their families a remote option, a viable option. So a teacher 100% dedicated to remote learning and remote teaching. So taking a look at the details, again, the cohort A and B, looking at 10 to 12 students to maintain that 6-foot social distancing, and obviously the contact tracing that would occur after, if we're without that would pose some challenges on that. But essentially 2 full days, 2 live stream days, and 1 day of that remote learning, again, with lunch at school. And what that looks like, again, is going to be kind of to be determined. But essentially, in looking at some of my colleagues' schools and what it is that they're doing, it's the majority of them are in classrooms. Some of them are utilizing a gym if they have an extra one. We do not, but utilizing some of those spaces with partitions Students eat with the maskless time, and the mask immediately comes on then. Or they utilize the outside space to be able to eat outside while the weather's nice. Obviously, Chicago is Chicago, but I told Mary I wouldn't mind eating lunch even when it's cold outside just to get some fresh air, but that's me. So pros, so full days twice a week. The social distancing is achieved. With again, as long as we have enough people that are that are signing up for that remote learning option, and then staffing implications if we don't. But it's a familiar schedule to students because essentially we're following the same bell schedule that that they're doing right now. The only thing that we would have to do is we would have to group them together by cohort for math, but then we would be able to maintain the majority of their teachers, and their teachers coming into the classroom, they would be the ones traveling, and the students would not. Live in-person teaching for the core classes, and we do believe the majority of the on-core classes can be the same. Again, those singleton classes are going to need to be discussed. And the ability to cover the course content daily. So if you rewind to July, when I went through some of my proposals, we were looking at an option of in-person or remote, and it wasn't that blended live stream idea because it was relatively new, and not a lot of people were putting a whole lot of faith in there. But that's the direction the majority of the local districts have gone. So that has opened up an opportunity not to delay content by doing half the amount of pace, and I know I got questions about that in July. So some of the cons, again, live streaming is a brand new skill set, and it will take time for teachers to master. It will take time for them to be able to plan for that as well, because you're not just planning something up on the whiteboard, because you don't know if your camera is going to catch the right angle, and you'll be able to be seen where it is that you're talking, and how you navigate a classroom discussion. Even today, you saw a discussion here with people in person and trying to navigate. There are going to be some kinks. There are going to be some challenges. There's definitely going to be a learning curve. So we will need some work on that. Again, it's not going to be normal to the level that we want it yet. With masks, with distancing, without students piling up and shoulder to shoulder, sitting down, working together, we will be requiring that social distancing to make sure that we're staying as safe as possible. The cohort model, again, as Dr. Gore talked about, could potentially challenge some of our ELA classes. They may not be achievable, but we're going to be doing everything that we can for that. The benefit that we do have is all of our LA teachers, every single one of them, has taught honors accelerated level before, so they do have accessibility to it. They have done it before, or they're currently doing it, so at least the familiarity that is there, but it's definitely a significant challenge that we're going to be talking about, because they are different curricula, and so how do you deliver that, and how do you make sure that you're challenging the students appropriately? Differentiation is going to be our route. The benefit of it is again, from the half day to the full day, there's not a substantial amount of scheduling. And gosh forbid, if we need to scale back and we need to go into full remote, we're able to do so without a whole lot of challenges. It's actually really easy to pick up and go remote because our Wednesdays are remote. So for us to, if for whatever reason, if the governor comes out and says, you know what, we need to shut down because of the numbers, we can easily revert back and we can easily bounce back without a significant amount of scheduling changes at that point. Potential increased costs for hiring those additional teachers, we would be very mindful of some of them. We also talked to staff about, specific sections being taught remote. So a teacher might be, like for instance, our French example, if Ms. Howard is delivering a lesson in person, she may have a section where she needs to deliver remotely. And so she might have a remote section and an in-person section. Again, that's something that is double the amount of planning, because obviously you're not necessarily taking the exact same lesson plans, and again, it's different skill sets, but it's a possibility that we're going to talk about. And again, because of staff needing to be dedicated to full remote, we may not be able to keep current teams or current teachers because of that reshuffling. But hopefully the idea is that it happens once, and regardless of what happens in the future, we can kind of navigate and we can figure out the rest going forward without significant changes. So just to wrap it up, again, lunchroom procedures, that's going to be the big time focus during those 3 weeks to make sure that we're nailing that down. And even the preview to students saying, hey, this is going to be how it is that we're going to be doing lunch. These are going to be our expectations. Because that maskless time is definitely a large concern with the staff, and as it increases the amount of risk. The potential of hiring staff, so we did talk about teachers, and again, this is a loose idea because we're not quite sure until we actually get it down. The other thing is instructional assistants. So if students are in the room and not moving from that room and teachers are rotating through when they have their planned periods and they leave, who's going to be monitoring the students during that time? If somebody needs to, Zoom in or remote teach for that section, is there a staff member that's going to be taking care of that? So the potential of some instructional assistants. I know the elementaries have already have been working on the additional health assistant and the custodian as well, just to make sure that our safety procedures, our sanitization and things like that occur. And we would be asking for a commitment until the end of the third quarter. End of the third quarter is right before spring break. Because big shifts in numbers definitely have staffing implications. So as much as we want to plan for this, if we have a big shift of students afterwards, potentially a teacher's load that we just hired, we can't hire a teacher just for a quarter without any level of commitment to knowing what the future looks like. So as long as we are able to commit to at least by the third quarter, we think that that's a reasonable amount of time to take a look at if we do need to make some staffing shifts. But hopefully by then, and I know that I speak on behalf of the staff we would love to get back to some level of normalcy, but obviously safety has to be paramount. That's got to be number one. So I think going into, is this you, Dr. Gore?
That's me.
Oh, sorry.
So I just want to remind the board, as well as provide some background for Lincoln parents, of what safety and operations look like. So first we have our masks and social distancing. So all students and staff are required to wear a mask. That is one of the few things that ISB did require in their guidance, unless there is a medical exemption obtained by the student. And if there is a medical exemption, we cannot deny in-person instruction for a student. Looking at the 6 feet, which we've talked extensively about, that's also within our plan. Providing those visual markers, even for older students, it's helpful to have a reminder what 6 feet actually looks like, because sometimes it's harder to be aware in practice. We would likely have some plexiglass dividers for some small group instruction. So this might be students that are receiving such social work services in person, or if the space is a little smaller compared to some of other rooms where 6 feet is still maintained, but it might make sense to have that plexiglass available. And then, as Paul and Mary have talked about, having that cohort structure. Also looking to minimize that transmission. So having parents and guardians certify their child that they're symptom-free each school day. That would include a temperature check at home. We believe that's safest to occur at home simply because then students are not coming to school and potentially exposing other students before we're aware that their temperature, for instance, is high or they have a symptom. So trying to keep students at home when symptoms occur. We talked about the health clerical assistant, obviously promoting good hand washing and sanitizing throughout the days and not using the water fountain. We've also talked about the custodian to be hired and providing additional disinfectant for staff to clean their spaces. So I just want to remind everybody about our health procedures too. So as you can see, COVID-19 has lots of symptoms associated with it. And we are taking a very strict stand on if a child is symptomatic, that they would be following this procedure. Now, obviously, if there's no symptoms or exposure, then kids are coming to school. If there is exposure to somebody who has had a positive case of COVID, then we would ask that the child or the staff member quarantine at home for 14 days since the last contact. If there's a diagnosis of COVID and no symptoms, then it would be 10 days that they would be quarantined at home. And this is in alignment with IDPH. And finally, looking at whether or not there's a symptom, and this is whether or not there is a diagnosis. So more likely than not, we're seeing children with symptoms, but not a diagnosis. So families and staff can take 1 of 2 routes, which would be staying at home for 10 days and quarantining until the symptom, from the onset of symptoms until there's an improvement in symptoms, or they could go and be evaluated by a doctor, and then the doctor would determine whether or not a COVID test is warranted. And if not, they would just note an alternative diagnosis. For instance, the sneezing and the scratchy throat is due to allergies, and then the child would be allowed to return to school. And finally, just looking at our response protocols. So as I said, that we would have 14-day quarantine for those who have been in contact. So we would work with our nursing staff to determine who close contacts were, should we have a positive case of COVID within our buildings. For those students who are in close contact with a person who is positive, we would provide an option for remote learning. And so remote learning might be live streaming into the class, or it could be joining a remote classroom. And it would really be dependent upon what the school team as well as the family feels is most appropriate for their child. If we're feeling it's very temporary, live streaming might make sense, but if that's really difficult for a child, perhaps remote is a better option. So we don't have a firm stance there, it'd be more through discussion. And as far as whether or not there's going to be a school closure, it's really dependent on how many potential cases we have. So we would look for some guidance from IDPH as to whether or not we need to close a building. They don't require a closure based on any certain number of cases, so it's really a number of factors that they're considering. We'd also have to look at bus contacts. If students are riding the bus and there's a positive case associated with riding the bus, well, and then we're have many procedures in place to notify families as soon as possible should there be a positive case, so everyone's aware and we can keep people safe.
All right, so in looking at the proposed timeline, we know that the board has decided to come back on Monday night to have further discussions about this plan. If there was an approval at that time, similar to how we had our elementary process, the following day we would open up an enrollment survey for families to complete. We would have a 7-day window for that decision to be made for the family. We understand that when we ask for a commitment until the end of the third quarter, we want to be respectful and give people an opportunity to ask their questions, make sure that they're making a decision that's going to be the best for their child and their family. I do want to speak about the possibility of switching once you make a decision. Because our in-person setup is really within a 6-foot social distancing, the ability for families to change their preference may not be able to be accommodated, because if we can't keep it to 6 feet of social distancing, then we may have to say, you know, we'll wait until we can accommodate this request within those terms. So I do want to really emphasize that in making this decision. Now, that doesn't quite apply for the alternative, which is choosing in person and needing to quarantine and needing to go to remote, as Sarah just mentioned. That's easier for us to accommodate because we don't have the limitations of 6 feet of social distancing. And November 2nd would be a Staff Institute Day that's already on the calendar. That's the entire district, and that would be a comprehensive training for all staff to ensure that everyone is knowledgeable and prepared to keep students and themselves safe when we bring children back into the building at this level. The following day is a non-attendance day for students and staff, as it's election day. The week of November 16th, there would be the announcement of the hybrid cohorts to families so they could make their plans accordingly. As Paul mentioned, we have a week off for Thanksgiving break, and the first day of Lincoln Hybrid Phase 1 would be November 30th, and that would run for 3 weeks and begin a Phase 2 at the Monday after winter break. A word about the metrics. We can go to the next slide. I know we've had a lot of conversations, and it is an important topic for the board and for the community to have understanding of. And I just want to reiterate that we are proposing a plan that has that's informed by these metrics, that provides this as important consideration for the board to be knowledgeable of and the community to be knowledgeable of. We have not developed metrics that are if-then metrics. As Sarah pointed out, we don't have a composite score of the 7 metrics. We don't say this formula equates to this outcome. It really is to be as comprehensive in all of the data points that we have in this picture of what is the outside world looking like, what is our inside world looking like when it comes to District 57. And by having that information, we really feel that that information is going to be able to be the lens by which those decisions can be made. And in speaking with other districts since the last board meeting who have been running in-person programming, I heard time and time again from superintendents, from building leaders, that though they were proud that their staffs have pulled together and delivered what they have, they all reiterated that it's a very fragile system, and that they were the first to acknowledge that at any moment it can collapse, in that one case can very quickly spread. And you have lots of fluid situations when you're dealing with the number of staff and the number of children that we are talking about, even in our small district. So I just want to close with that to ensure that we really haven't been a gatekeeper in the way that we've proposed the board consider metrics. Instead of conceptualizing it as a gate, conceptualize it as information to inform a wise decision. So with that, we are happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much, Mary and Paul and Sarah, for all this information. We'll start here if you want, and then we'll go to so Brian, if you want to go ahead with some questions.
Yeah, sure. Thank you guys for a great presentation. And I certainly recognize that this is not a rigid calculation. Looking at the metrics, and I appreciate a more comprehensive view. I think it's important for us to see as many metrics as possible to make a decision. Regarding the phased-in proposed plan, I noticed somewhere in the material that you provided, the explanation for the phased-in plan was to provide an acclimation for I guess students and staff. Could we decide? Would administration be comfortable with not having a phased plan and just going right into Phase 2?
So it was considered, and we all saw the data, especially from the parents, that indicated that it was important to have the option of a full day. So in considering starting with the full day, there are valid considerations, and certainly the board may opt to end that route. The rationale for starting with a half day is that it allows for more comprehensive and specific planning. If you say we're going to do a full day right off the bat, what we don't know is the children who will be attending. And so without knowing that, it's more difficult to say confidently that day one of a full day with kids without a mask during lunch we're going to have as safe of systems as we would want to have. And so whenever we recommend a model, we would want to stand before and say, we have the full confidence that we can control as much as we can control to mitigate risk. Arguably, we could do it. I think it would be at the cost of having more assurances around plans and preparations to keep lunch as safe as possible. We feel too that the staff's concern is significant, and we feel that, again, by having time to train and really involve them in planning and, procedures that they themselves will be responsible for enforcing, that's a collaborative approach to making sure that they are more confident in this process. We realize a lot of people have pointed out that the COVID cases among children are less than adults, but pointing out, of course, that adults are the ones who are teaching our students. And so their safety is of equal importance to us. So we do think that 3 weeks allows us to really gain routines and be ready to go and expand to a full day option after winter break. But certainly the simple answer is yes, it's possible. We're not like waiting on specific equipment, yeah.
And if we went forward with the phased-in plan, is it possible to start on November 9th instead of November 30th?
Yes, do you want to speak to that? Sure. Okay.
I think with the amount of staffing changes that are potentially going to be occurring, I think with the potential of hiring staff as well, essentially we would have a pretty complex scheduling change that would need to occur in a very short amount of time, very short amount of turnaround time from parents actually submitting their preferences. So I would strongly discourage that for the amount of time that needs to occur in order for us to get all those pieces in place. So I would recommend the additional time. And again, on the calendar, I know it looks longer because of that week of Thanksgiving, but essentially we'd be asking for an additional 2 weeks to be able to shore up all the specific details that Lincoln has that are plentiful.
Okay, thank you.
Jerry, go ahead.
Actually, I just have a couple in addition to Brian's. I thought I was aligned with what he was asking. But two things. Paul, you brought up one thing about not having an extra gym, and it made me think, are we required when the kids go in person to actually have PE while they're actually on the facilities, and could we actually repurpose those gyms? Is there any way to get a waiver to not have PE?
Yes, we are. We have not received waivers from the state for mandatory subject areas. That doesn't mean that we have to offer it in person. Some districts may be offering some of these subjects remotely. Repurposing the spaces is possible, although that hasn't been the direction that we've been going in the model that we have. Keep in mind, there's still limits to the number of children that can be even in a larger space, certainly. And yeah, we haven't repurposed. Yes, space. Do you want to speak to that?
The majority of the colleagues that I talk to that are repurposing gyms, they're doing it like for lunch capacity, and they're not doing it for a classroom capacity. Because the moment that you split up classrooms, you would need additional staff to take care of those classrooms. So if we took half of your class and put them in the gym, who's teaching them? So are they by computer, or are they by remote, or are they by a different instructor? So it's not necessarily a space thing at Lincoln, besides the small classrooms that necessitate that 10 to 12. That's definitely a space concern. But the moment that if you were to give me another Lincoln right next to it, I would be able to have more students there, but no staff to be able to take care of it. So when I talked before about repurposing the gym, it would be more for the potential of a larger gym area that can hold that up to 50 that we can do so. Again, spaced out, but that doesn't, that would take away the gym for a space potentially for our PE teachers to do what it is that they're doing with their classes. Sometimes we do have 4 PE teachers on, and if 4 PE teachers have 10 to 12 students each, we would not be able to utilize one gym in that capacity. We would need to have have 2 spaces for them to be able to work with the students. And obviously, the outdoor areas are going to be used as much as possible. But as far as like what the curriculum looks like for PE is still going to be, it's going to be under construction under this model for sure.
Okay. Yeah, and my concern was probably more around the lunchtime with being that they would be unmasked, and that, you know, knowing the Lincoln cafeteria, you know, it's a bit of a dungeon, and if you could actually have the large volume of the gyms with the high ceilings, you got more air volume, you know, hopefully more fresh air for the kids.
Yeah, dungeon's an interesting word. The other concern is obviously our cafeteria, as far as its location, is a challenge, because if we have classes coming from the 500 all the way through the hallways, students naturally want to congregate, want to connect, and they will want to connect in the hallways, and will want to get close and have conversations. So that's one thing that we're looking at maybe taking away, is with not heading down to the cafeteria and using the cafeteria, because anytime you gather a congregation of students, even this morning I had 3 students by my car as I parked this morning and had a conversation with them, and again, no mask and the social distancing wasn't occurring, but so that's why we want to be very intentional with the planning on that. And the majority of the districts and the principals and the teachers that I've talked to are utilizing the majority of the classroom spaces as best as possible, because again, you can keep those numbers down, you can keep them adequately spaced out, and so you can work on a little bit smaller level, because the moment that you amass up to 50, trying to wrangle 50 that want to get together, as obviously so, then it poses some challenges on us logistically.
Okay. And the other question was actually around, and I know you haven't done the survey yet, so there's still some guesswork. But as far as teacher availability, you know, I know you talked about potentially hiring more as needed. And, you know, my wife and I are going through this at Prospect, you know, learning about their hybrid model, and, you know, they've just rolled out, or they've just started their hybrid model, which my kids will partaking in for the first time on Monday and Tuesday. But the one of the questions was about teacher availability there as well, and it sounded like there was a requirement for teachers to participate unless they had a medical waiver, to where they would then be allowed to be online only. Is our situation similar to that, or is there any sort of requirement?
So similar to the elementary model, at the last board meeting, we intend to fill these placements first with teachers who obtained a medical exemption through HR, and that isn't as simple as just saying, I have that has to be provided by evidence from a medical professional and through our HR department. And once that's been obtained, then those would be the most logical to start with those assignments. Where middle school gets complex is that the certification of employees becomes especially critical in these assignments, because if you don't have certification to teach social studies, we really have limited options from a staffing perspective, versus the certification of a general education teacher at the elementary level. It has a certification that's much more flexible. And so that allowed for us to be much more adaptive in the way that we ran our model for elementary. We do think that there will be many Lincoln staff that would like a remote assignment. They've indicated this both in a survey process over the summer, and also recently when seeing a preview to this model, that they've already reached out saying, please consider me. So if there are remaining positions that would need to be filled at that point, then seniority would come into play, also keeping in mind certification. So we really understand the nature of that, is that we want to make sure that our staffing is done in a way that's best for students' learning and their needs and availability of staff. But we think that this will work out similar to how elementary has worked out, which is quite well.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Vicki.
So yes, thank you. I just want to echo everyone's thank you, Paul and Mary and Sarah, for putting this together. And thank you so much for those focus groups. I know you held that series, and Mary, you talked about how helpful it was in informing this plan. So thank you for the time that you invested in those groups. I had a few questions, and I guess first kind of piggybacking on what Brian had asked. So I think I was under the impression in anticipating Lincoln's plan that the start date would also be, it would mirror the elementary schools on November 9th. So then when I saw November 30th, I mean, I understand that includes the week of Thanksgiving break, but it was disappointing to think it would be a little bit further off than I hoped. But I do understand that with the possibility of hiring teachers, that will take a little time. You just can't hire them in 5 days, right? You want to hire good teachers. So then I thought, well, kind of going back to Brian's suggestion or question, I would be okay with, or I would feel better about keeping that November 30th start date if we could jump ahead to Plan 2 instead of, or Phase 2 instead of Phase 1. I think my initial concern, and maybe it should still be a concern, is I know, Mary, you mentioned for the staff, one of their major concerns was the maskless periods during the day. And obviously with Phase 2, there will be maskless periods. So then I wonder, I mean, obviously, I'm guessing the staff have already heard this plan, and are they okay? Like, are they okay with Phase 2 and they feel good about it? And if so, then that makes me wonder, like, could we push Phase 2 a little bit further? Because by the end of October, we'll know which children or which students will opt into, right, the hybrid versus the remote. So some of that planning could, I guess it's still in theory because you don't put into practice, but some of that planning could still start, you know, you'd have a few weeks to plan for lunch because you'd know exactly which students will be. But I guess that would be my question. Like, is it, I don't want to push too hard and, you know, kids get lost in the shuffle because we're trying to jump ahead to Phase 2. And then I also I was curious, like, how staff are feeling. If their major concern is maskless periods, how the majority of staff are feeling about Phase 2.
So we did preview portions of this presentation with staff, and although we don't have, you know, quantified data about that exact question, you know, how they feel about Phase 2 compared to Phase 1, I think there was a sense of responsiveness to the fact that the maskless lunch remains a area of concern for staff and has been the entire time. So I think it is safe to say that there remains these concerns, although there hasn't been an active protest at this point that I'm aware of about doing anything to sabotage, you know, moving to a Phase 2. Yeah, so again, it is possible. You know, there's nothing hidden about something that's happening in that 3-week time. It's really to just be more in line with the more calculated approach to the way that we're considering, you know, kids coming back in the building and trying to just be more conservative in the way that risks are mitigated. But it is possible. Did you want to add?
Yeah, I think along the lines of the different structures, the different procedures, because we're going from what normal was to a brand new normal, so it gives us an opportunity to really develop those habits, the new what that new normal is going to look like within the classroom in a half-day model where we don't have to worry about lunch on top of all those additional things. So I feel like it gives us kind of that time to be able to develop those skills, be intentional with the planning, and then it gives us again a short window, 3 weeks, to be able to say, hey, what refinements do need to occur and what do we need to plan for? Because obviously over winter break, what is it that we can make sure that we have ready to go prior to the full day model? I again, as far as like the timing, I understand it. I understand that it's nice to, you know, be cohesive and go elementary and middle school. But once again, I'm going to appeal to the fact that, you know, the September plan for elementary was gained in September. And they have until November 9th to be able to handle all of their logistical, their structure, their scheduling, and everything else. If we vote on it now, we would be doing essentially the same thing with substantially less time and more complexities that the middle school has. So I would again, reiterate my plea to look at that further timeline because of the considerations that we need to do and the scheduling process that Mr. Steen and I are going to be digging into to make sure that we're navigating the scheduling. We will be very mindful and intentional on trying to maintain the teams, which is another thing. We're not just putting the students into Power School and hitting a button and allowing them to spit back out, but we're going to be intentional based off of parent feedback and their submissions to try and navigate that to the best of our abilities.
So I hear both of you saying very graciously that it is possible to skip over phase one, right? Because I know you want to, honor the board with, having us make that decision. But I guess I just want to ask, if we did say, yes, let's start phase two on November 30th, like what is your biggest concern? Or just, help me understand a little bit about yeah.
I think some of it's already been mentioned by Dr. Gore. I think also that if you look at the 2/3 of the parents that are looking to come into the building with some level of hybrid, it was not universal that it was like, okay, we're completely okay with maskless times. There were definitely families that marked a 5 for that as far as being very concerned. They want a hybrid, but they're very, very concerned. And so some of the families that I talked to were more looking for a half-day model with more of the cores in person and some of the encores on the PM, similar to the elementary model. Is Lincoln able to do something like that where there's an emphasis on in-person core instruction and then not? So I think that's a consideration, as well as knowing that we do have parents that are eager to get back into the classroom and get their children back in the classroom, but also have some of those concerns about lunch as well. And I think that's again an additional piece that we're going to need to navigate on top of everything else as far as coming back in person. So pretty much what was said was at least on my end. Dr. Gore, I don't know if you had anything else.
Okay. And then I did have one other question about the remote learning, and so I thank you. I think there are a lot of concerns at how could that full remote model change? Would it change including the live stream as well? So I really appreciate that you tried to keep it as similar to what it is now, where there is a dedicated teacher, just interacting with the students as much as possible. So I just want to clarify, just so I understand. And so on one of the tables, I'm looking at Table 2, Lincoln Hybrid Phase 2. Under the full distance learning cohort, it's in-person learning, but then there could be a possibility of live stream learning for the encore classes. And is that dependent on whether or not we hire the additional teachers, or is it dependent on that and something? Just so I understand.
It more depends on the type of encore class as well, because there are some encore classes that we expect it will be possible to provide live instruction for. I'm sorry, we're talking about the full distance learners. So there may be full remote. If we have enough students in remote who need that class, then the logical assignment would be a full remote teacher. But it's possible that there will only be, let's say, 4 remote learners who are taking that specific encore class, then that would not, justify a staffing increase for that, as well as we're not proposing a hire for increased encore. So in that case, students would live stream in.
Okay, and I know a lot of these questions we just can't answer until you know the number of students who choose hybrid versus remote. But I guess my thinking would be it is worth hiring the additional teachers just to preserve as robust a remote learning program as possible and keep it as similar, to honor those families who are going to who have to and are going to choose remote learning. So thank you for including that.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like on the singleton class, for instance, if it's for French students, is it worth us hiring a two or a 0.1 French teacher, and do those exist for us to be able to hire somebody specifically dedicated to remote teaching those 4 students? Or do we look at it and say, you know what, we don't have the capacity to be able to do that, so we have to live stream in that capacity? So it's probably more the singleton classes, but we wanted to make sure that it's worst case scenario. There are some that are there, but obviously we're going to try and keep that to the minimum, whether it's restructuring, restaffing, or hiring.
Thank you.
Okay, from those at home, Jen or Kim or Rachel?
I'll jump in. It's
Okay, Jen.
Okay, so I have a lot of questions. So first off, live streaming. So can you share with me kind of the thoughts around, I know we've talked a little bit about live streaming. I think you guys have referenced other schools that are utilizing this as a possibility to help with the current situation. And I know the high school is, but the high school is also very different than middle school. So I'm trying to understand kind of the logic between live streaming, only because the last 2 board meetings that when we've talked about live streaming as a solution, it was in a lot of ways kind of poo-pooed, because it was saying how difficult it was for a teacher to be able to teach in the class, pivot, and be able to make sure they're engaged with the live stream class. So we've kind of heard that for the last few meetings. I understand we're trying to meet the community's needs, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around why this is the solution, and is this the only, I guess, solution in order for us to be able to bring these cohorts in?
So that's a correct observation, and thank you for pointing that out. We remain concerned that that's a challenging model. We feel less concerned about the age of students at Lincoln and the ability to navigate that challenge. We don't feel that it's an appropriate recommendation at this time for elementary. That isn't to say that where it's happening in other elementary districts, that isn't, I'm not at all commenting that those are inappropriate plans. But for us, in considering that possibility for elementary, the recommendation was to not use a live streaming setup. If we didn't use live streaming, essentially you'd have to make the decision to do what we're doing at the elementaries, where only specific classes are covered for the children who are in person. So keeping in mind that the limits would be of 12 students in person, and by effect, the pace of what you can cover is slowed down. And with the amount of content that's happening at the middle school level, we feel that that would be a detrimental model because of the lack of the pace that could be, and content that could be covered over the course of the remaining months. In elementary, that same logic could be argued, but so much of elementary is foundational literacy and math knowledge that we feel that again, that none of this is perfect. Everything has some drawbacks, which we've tried to be very transparent about. But yes, that we feel like essentially because it's middle school students, that this is something we can navigate. But the cost of doing it differently.
Okay, so then Mary, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, the pace of what you can cover is really what's in the balance if you're going to go slower.
Okay, so then with that, are you stating then for that initial model, one where it's half day, I think it was half day in class, in person, and then the second half is live streaming. That is probably, you're saying in order to hit the pace, that is why the live streaming is needed versus being able to do half day versus full day cohorts. Is that correct?
Correct. We actually made some attempts to do only core in person, in remote. We played around with different things, but we felt that this was the most similar to all the content that students have access to as middle school students. And this offered students, their full learning to position them to be competitive as they make transitions to high school and beyond.
So with that, then, how does the teachers feel about live streaming? Because I know we've called this out, and I think it's I think we should list it probably as a risk, less about maybe their response. Although I want to hear what their what their thoughts are around that if we have that information. But the other aspect is they have to now learn another way to teach, right? So we know that when we went to remote last, spring, and everybody went to remote and nobody had it planned, that there was, maybe not the level that we wanted to achieve. And we really, I feel like, have done an awesome job tackling remote learning based on the parents' responses, the responses we received from various parents, and just even what I see with my student from remote learning. It's night and day than what it was during spring. And I know that was very intentional. There was a lot of effort put through it. But now we're going to jump to a new, way of teaching, new model, this live stream, in addition to kind of everything else that has been thrown at the teachers. So how do we feel? Do we feel there will be some just natural degradation? Because we're trying to do it for pace, but then do we feel like the quality might not be there because this is such a new and different nuance? Just natural, as natural human beings, you have to kind of learn something new. That takes a while. There's a ramp up. So do we feel like there's any risk with that, or is that something that's consciously being looked at or possibly monitored as we kind of try to roll this out?
So there's a lot in that question. I think depending on how you asked Lincoln staff, you'd get probably a lot of different responses on the scale of 1 to 5 of how concerned each individual teacher is in the notion of tackling this. I don't at all want to minimize what a challenge that will be from an instructional perspective and also from a learning perspective, because we want to look at and everything through the lens of what students are experiencing. Do we have plans in place to make sure that there are structures for there to be quality? Yes, and there will be intentional planning to try to support teachers make that change and have training, provide professional development, learn from our colleagues in districts who are navigating this already, and try to learn from the pitfalls, things that are not going well. Make sure that we're benefiting from the fact that we are not earlier implementers of this model. But I do have concerns, honestly, this is definitely a change, and it's difficult to say. I don't want to at all say, yes, we think this is excellent and we're excited about this and live streaming is a great initiative. That is not what I'm saying. I think that I have full confidence in the quality of our staff and the commitment of our staff to do what they need to do to serve their students. That's the luck of what we have as our workforce in this district. They're exceptional professionals, and they're going to roll up their sleeves, and our job is going to be to support them. I do want to point out, too, you asked a second question. I'm forgetting now. Do you remember what it was, Jen? I know there was. I think it was just, no, I think it was wrapped. So I know I was talking about just the quality versus the speed, but I think was that it? Is that what you were thinking? Yeah. And
I think you kind of answered it in some way.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry that I.
That's okay. That's okay. And I do think, if anything, 2020 is a year that if, you weren't agile and flexible before, you sure have learned how to become that, just from a survival perspective. And I do agree with, your assessment of our staff, and I know that they'll put their whole heart and soul into it. It's just, we're asking a lot. So I want to make sure, earlier on when we talked about beginning the school year remote versus some type of hybrid, the percentage was like 69 or 67% of the staff wanted to begin remote. And I know for me, that was very heavily weighed on my decision to vote for that. So I want to make sure that, I know we don't have the numbers today, but I do hope that perhaps by, in between now and Monday, that we'll just get a little bit more comfort level on the staff, because that is really important, that we're looking at not only the parents' needs, the student needs, but also the staff. So just one or two other questions really quick. On the, and I guess on the live stream, that's equipment now that we're going to have to purchase. Have we, and maybe I might have missed that number, but do we know the estimate figures to be able to add that into our budget to be able to support that through Lincoln?
So we're in the process of determining the specific equipment that we will invest in to make sure that it's feasible to run this. There's a whole range of different setups that we're familiarizing ourselves with, and we'll be able to provide, we can provide probably more realistic numbers as we get closer, but at this time, I don't have specific estimates for you. Obviously, with technology, you can get quite high quickly, so we have to work within a realistic model. I also remember, Jen, I wanted to address from your earlier question, part of the reason for choosing a full remote day was to have in the middle of the week a time for there to be a fully engaged lesson with each teacher and the full class. So that, you know, because the other 2 days of the week, invariably there'd be students either half-day live streaming or full-day live streaming, depending on which phase we'd be in. But we felt that keeping a full remote day actually was a nice kind of quality check in the middle of the week. Of course, also an opportunity for a deep clean and sanitization, but you know, we know there are some success stories happening from remote learning in the way that kids really are having the full engagement of their teacher. And so we think from an instructional perspective, you can really design your week's lessons so that, you know, your main lesson or your most challenging content possibly could be delivered in that Wednesday, and you use and you plan accordingly so you can maximize the time when children are with you in the building, and you make good instructional decisions about how to keep students who are home engaged as well. Sometimes that will be lectures, but just as in elementary, when you talk about a class period, it shouldn't be a full lecture. That really wouldn't be developmentally appropriate for even our 8th graders, that you really want to maximize the instruction to a critical portion of the lesson and then gradually release students to become more independent and generalize a skill. So, you know, obviously it's not that easy to just apply that formula to every lesson you teach, but you know, I think that it's important to consider that when we think about live streaming as well. We don't want to conceptualize students sitting in the back of their, you know, their room, and they're kind of outside the circle of where engagement is happening. And part of our task will be to support our teachers with professional development and also resources so that they can achieve a more engaged outcome for both in class and at home students.
Okay, thank you for that. I think for that additional information. My last question was more around lunch. So do we, you know, we talked about being 6 feet apart, and we talked about the concern with staff as far as being maskless during that time. Are we, is the plan though during that time, even though it will be maskless, that it will still be 6 feet apart, or is there some other kind of thought process around how we're going to handle lunch based on the cohorts that you guys are envisioning?
At a minimum. So if we can achieve greater than 6 feet, that would be desirable, but at a minimum, we would maintain 6 feet.
Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure, because I mean, I know Jerry mentioned just, you know, the air capacity within some of those rooms, but I think that's a definitely a call out, because parents you know, are obviously concerned about anything less than 6 feet, based on, you know, what we know is kind of the guidelines. So, okay, that was all my questions. I'll turn it over to somebody else. Thank you.
Rachel?
Okay, I have a few things, and I'm going to try not to be repetitive because I think some of my questions have been answered. So for each of the hybrid days, both for the phase 1 and phase 2, we would assume that there would be 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students on campus each day, that it would always be a mix of students?
Correct.
Okay, got it. And we are anticipating that we'll be able to accommodate bus riders both for phase 1 and for phase 2?
Yes, we believe so.
Okay, great. Do we require students when they're remote or live streaming, I guess in this case as well, do we require them to have their cameras on? Or I guess my question probably for Paul is, have we had any issues with middle school students turning on their cameras?
Yes, when you're trying to manage a classroom, obviously from a distance, it's very hard. So we definitely have an expectation that students do have their cameras on, that at least we can see that they're in front of the screen to make sure that they're, at least facing the teacher, at least paying attention in that direction. But there have been challenges with students, either, the camera isn't well positioned, so you only see the top of their heads, or they're off screen, or the screen is completely off. So that's something that typically is handled by the teacher, reaching out to the student and trying to get them, re-engaged to make sure that they're at least facing the classroom. And then parent communication occurs with that as well. We have had some students that have turned off the camera for whatever reason, and then when the teacher says, "Hey, Billy, are you there?" Boom, the camera turns on and Billy's right in front. There's definitely a little bit of a challenge just in general of like being on screen and seeing yourself and seeing your peers. We've definitely seen that a lot, of some of our students that have had a little bit of anxiety and don't want to be, like it feels like you're being recorded at all times. So there's definitely a little bit of apprehension for some of the students. I think it's gotten more normal with time, because now everything is this way. But definitely it's a challenge. As far as live streaming, part of the challenge is when you're kind of splitting duty between what it is that you're doing, you're not going to be able to manage that nearly as quickly as a teacher that has their full attention on the remote screen, because instantly you'll be able to tell if Billy's camera's off or Billy's not in the screen. But if I'm right in the middle of a conversation and showing something up on the board or going through a PowerPoint presentation, by the time I say, all right, now's the independent work and you guys can check in, teacher might circle around, connect with the students real quick, sit down at the laptop, connect with those students real quick. So did Billy take a walk during that 15-minute presentation? Those are some of the management things that when talking to principals and colleagues that are currently doing live stream, that's kind of one of those like, it's a challenge. If you notice it, obviously it's something that you can address, but even in the classroom, the moment the teacher turns around or, circles to a different group, could somebody in the back of the room, do something that they're not supposed to? They could, and it's a matter of, catching them in the act or being responsive to those kind of situations. So are you going to catch everything? No. But I think that the expectation, the management and the structures that they set forward, you try to, set what it is that they need to do. But right now we do require cameras just to make sure, again, that we have a person on the other side and that they're at least facing the screen. If they're listening and paying attention and taking notes, obviously that's a little bit different. But it's about the extent of the control that we have.
Right, and I think that that's an important aspect of it. I just wonder how that will be complicated with the live stream, because I know much as we're doing tonight, when I have participated in live stream meetings in the past several weeks, there's a balance between trying to keep eyes on the people that are remote and trying to also, teach or present or whatever to the people that are present. And the way I've seen it done, as we are doing, is that typically the Zoom is projected onto the large screen. And I just wonder, I feel awkward seeing myself doing that. And I just wonder from a 7th grade perspective, like if we will have, but perhaps I'm reading too far into this and that won't be an issue with the technology we're going to pursue. I think it should be on our radar in terms of making the live stream as effective as possible, because that's really where I feel like the hybrid lacks in some way. I think that obviously for families that are really desiring an in-person time in school, that if that is their priority, that perhaps that is somewhat of a trade-off, is to have the live stream, which isn't as ideal, but I think is still far superior to like the asynchronous that we were offering in the spring. For me, I think, my priority, or what I would see as kind of a make or break aspect of the whole plan, is it would be very important to me to be assured that we are able to provide a full remote learning model with remote teachers assigned to those students. I think that to be a student at home who is live streaming all the time is offering by far an inferior education to those, that potentially almost 40% of students that are going to be at home. So for me, I feel like in terms of moving forward with this plan, that to me is probably my, or one of my bigger priorities. have we or would we consider ways to improve lunch options outdoors? Like, have we priced out like tents or options like that that would allow us to do the outdoor lunch with more regularity?
Yeah, so since the last board meeting, obviously, I reached out to a lot of colleagues, teacher colleagues, principal colleagues, and saw how it is that they navigate it. I have talked to Mr. Parisi on pricing that out and seeing what options we have to be able to utilize some outdoor space. So I know that that's been in the works in order to offer additional options, additional choices that are out there in the open. Obviously, we're going to be battling the elements on some of that. Chicago winters are Chicago winters, but again, for different scenarios and different students, we may be able to offer some outdoor opportunities.
I guess I was also. I was also anticipating that we would be looking at a November 9th start date to coincide with the elementary schools. And I understand, especially as you explained, the staffing issue. If we are looking to hire that many more staff, I could see that that's certainly a necessity to give a few more weeks. I'll just throw out another potential tweak to the plan, as others have kind of mentioned. I don't know if we've considered at all like an abbreviated phase one, like a 1 week long phase one that would take place like that first week, and then that would give us 2 weeks of phase two prior to the winter break. I just see that as, or I guess some of the pros I would see is that week would be, yes, it would be different. We'd be doing a different schedule, but it could give a dedicated period of time where the students would be in the building and we could really focus on the routines that I know we're concerned about establishing before phase two. I understand doing it for 3 weeks obviously instills much more of that routine, but if we are, I guess I have some hesitation about having a 2-week break and then coming back and beginning something completely new. I feel like there's some disadvantages to that as well. And I know we're not finding anything perfect here, but if that could just be, I don't know if you could speak to any challenges that immediately jump out to you with having, a short routine-based week and then entering into the hybrid phase two?
I think my immediate response is then you go into a week of something and then the next week you do something brand new again. So if we're going to do something that, phases in and is a legitimate transition time, doing it 1 week and then switching course the very following week, it's like, okay, was it even worth us doing it at that point? Because we're transitioning very quickly into a different plan immediately afterwards. The 3-week window at least gives us an opportunity to really solidify, again, those procedures, but then it's also for families to be able to plan and adjust accordingly and say, hey, this is kind of the model that the middle school is going to be going with, as opposed to figuring out for 1 week and then it's going to be a transition the following week. So again, it is possible. I think that our lean is on getting really established in what it is that we're doing on our processes, procedures, especially with the amount of people that have the concern for lunch, and here's our opportunity to potentially do so and be able to see sustained what that looks like beyond just, essentially it would just be the cohorts would be in just the morning and just the afternoon, but that would be four opportunities with the students as opposed to several.
Okay, all right. And then my final question maybe is for Mary. Have we or will we consider, as we get students back into the building, so beginning November 9th, I know that we have said that families will be contacted if there is exposure within a classroom or potential clusters in different areas. Would we as a district consider having on our website some kind of weekly update with just numbers throughout the district so that even if my child isn't affected, I would be aware of what things we're trending as. I don't know if it needs to be like something fancy, like a dashboard or, I know there's different ways of doing it, but I think it would be helpful to have the numbers there for everyone to see at some regular interval so that we could, so that people could all be on the same page if and when there is ever any movement between phases.
Yes, that's something that Sarah Taberski and her team have already been in the process of developing. At this time, we have so few students in the building that we didn't want to put information that could be personally identifiable, but we believe that it would be helpful to families to have access to that information by school on the website. So Sarah, is there anything else that you wanted to speak to about that?
Yes, so Rachel, we're going to provide the number of cases that are currently active. So what's our present state? We have how many students are out or staff are out, because it would be for students and staff, and then also kind of a running total of how many incidents we've had occur within our buildings for each building.
Okay. I think it would also be helpful from a parent perspective to understand how many students were quarantined as well. You know, that even if there isn't an active case, if that affects 20 to, I don't know, you're 12, hopefully 12, only because it would be a smaller group. If we could consider that.
Yeah, with a quarantine, are you speaking specific to a positive or confirmed case?
Yes, so I guess if we had a confirmed case and students were identified as being, you know, within 6 feet or the amount of time, if there would need to be other students quarantined as like a first level contact to an active case. Because sometimes I know that one case can influence 15 people, and I think that that's another important number to include, just how many people are temporarily removed from the school setting. So,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Kimberly?
Sure, thanks a lot. I wanted to, and I apologize if this is belaboring the point for some of you who maybe have a better understanding of this, but I'm really struggling to understand what the experience would be like for, you know, a 6th, 7th, 8th grade student going through this process. And so maybe, Paul, I'm wondering if you can just maybe give us a brief summary of a day in the life as far as what this looks like practically. And I think my concern or my question stems from there will be an emphasis on in-person instruction for those core classes. And I guess I just can't picture what that schedule looks like with that being the priority. Can you maybe speak to that a little bit, please?
Sure. So the bell schedule actually should operate as normal. We do have 10 periods in the day, so we do expect it to operate similarly in time frame to what it is right now. So 30, 35 minutes per period as it typically would be. Math would be blocked together. ELA would be blocked together like it typically is. Social studies would be your last block. So that takes care of your 6 classes. Your 7th class is lunch, obviously. So for in the half day, that potentially is the office hours or connection to staff during that time to be able to navigate that. So at least during that transition period, we would continue to have those staff members available to students during the office hours. And then the last 3 are the challenging ones. So if we are, let's say us and the board, we are all one math cohort and we're together in the classroom. Currently, half of them have Mr. Cole for PE, a third of them have Miss Nelson for PE, and 2 of them have Miss Bailey for PE. Part of the challenge is that we all have different teachers, and so do we then live Zoom with that teacher? Obviously PE, that's not something that we really want within the classroom, and Zooming with different teachers. So we would look at, do we just restructure and say, okay, everybody has Miss Nelson now in this classroom, and so we're reshifting that staffing to that student. So the reason why cores are emphasized, at least on the scheduling front, is we anticipate the core teachers to be able to rotate through the classes without a problem. They may need to shift LA teachers. For example, again, if all of us have Miss Pollard for math, currently some of us have Miss Treverson and some of us have Miss Dahlgren. So we may need to, hey, everybody is now has Miss Dahlgren as an ELA teacher, but again, we're all in it together and the teachers can rotate through. The encore classes are a little bit challenged. So PE, there's a challenge with that. Foreign language, same thing. If Miss Webster and Dr. Allmiller have French and the rest of us have Spanish, And even so, 2 of you have Ms. Rapez, 2 of you have Ms. Johnson, 2 of you have Ms. Jesuit. How again do we navigate that if we are one cohort and we don't just go out and intermix again? So again, do we look at it and restaff and say, you know what, everybody has Ms. Johnson moving forward, and potentially the French students are the only ones that move out, and we're talking about, you know, single digit numbers potentially, or again, that 10, 12 that get together. So that's a consideration. The last challenge is broad experience. So broad experience, because their curriculum is quarterly, if 2 people had Project Lead the Way, 2 people had art, 2 people had computers, what do we as a cohort go into? Do we go into art again? Do we go into Project Lead the Way again? Do we, like, how do we navigate that? So in the scheduling process, what we're going to try to do is with our math cohorts, if we see and we are able to group them together by saying, hey, these kids had art, and so we can legitimately say they can have Project Lead the Way and Ms. Streza can come in potentially for in person, then potentially that could work. We're kind of nervous about that because it's split up 4 ways, and it's 4 specific curricula that are different, and obviously we don't want to repeat that. So potentially they can Zoom in. So some of the districts and some of the colleagues that I've reached out to, they actually have a Zoom in model. So the core classes, the teachers travel and they do come into the classroom, but for the specials they Zoom in. And so students have their headphones, they're all connected to their individual teacher, and so they maintain their teacher, they maintain the class, they're doing what it is that they're supposed to be doing, but they're all kind of independently Zooming. Now, if everybody needs to talk at once to the teacher, obviously that creates some challenges, but the whole thing creates challenges. So it's again, that push-pull, and even going back to Ms. Kobus's conversation of like, at what cost? Like, at what cost are we offering the options? We cannot offer every option, because if we're offering a remote experience for the people that are not in person, then obviously that would be doubling the staff. We need staff to be able to do both, be in person and do a full remote when you're not in. So it's all a push-pull, and it's all, again, with the best interests in mind and the best options there, which is why the feedback from the parents was very important, to be able to say, hey, how can we structure to the best of our abilities to nail down some of those specifics? And so if core is taught in person by the teacher, we have that nailed on. Encore is going to be a little bit tricky, and so we're going to need to figure that out. But there's the potential there for either remote in the classroom or reshuffling of staff members. And either way, it's going against what it is that our parents want the most, but clearly they want to try to maintain that core. So that's how we prioritize that. Mm-hmm. Does that help?
That's very helpful.
Okay.
I appreciate having that robust perspective of all of the different logistics that are involved. And it sounds to me that at least that core piece would mirror or be similar at least to what we're doing at the elementary level in terms of maintaining math levels, so that people who are in accelerated math or honors math would stay at that level, to the degree that students were also in an accelerated ELA. It sounds to me like they might have to shift to a different teacher, and then potentially they would be given those enhancement activities similar to what we're doing at the elementary level. Am I understanding that right?
Yeah, and for example, Ms. Dahlgren and Ms. Traverson both teach accelerated level. So they both are able to do it, so it's not necessarily, oh, you're this level, you go with this teacher. It's more so, again, the logistics of like pairing up those cohorts specifically with that teacher. So if the vast majority of them are accelerated, can we put together our math cohorts to mirror that as well? Because we do know that just because you're an accelerated in one doesn't automatically mean that you're accelerated in the other. So we will have some students that are potentially in a math cohort at a standard level that should be getting, accelerated ELA level, and so that's definitely a significant challenge for our ELA department, and something that they're going to have to wrestle with. And another consideration for, again, looking at that extension going beyond November 9th is it really gives teachers an opportunity to dig in and do some work now. Do some planning, do some adjustments, because because again, live stream is brand new. There's no foundational, they didn't teach that in teacher school to be able to live stream your lessons. So it will be a learning curve, and giving them an opportunity to start to develop those lessons and wrap their heads around it will definitely give them additional time to be able to do so, instead of, you know what, just hit the ground running and you just flow with it. Our teachers are very, very passionate about what they do. They take it very personally, and I think that you saw the fruits of their labor, specifically with the remote experience and how different it was with the spring, by giving them support, giving them opportunities to collaborate, and we saw some really, really good things, and it continues to get better. And I think that that's the thing, is that on day one, the way that it started, it isn't where it's at right now. So I know staff will be very concerned with the live stream. I know that for a fact, but I also know it's going into the unknown. And so it's kind of, again, starting off at rung number one on a different ladder, and relearning how it is that we can climb up that specific challenge. So it's going to be challenging. It's going to require support, like Dr. Gore said. But our staff is incredible, and I'm wowed by them on a daily basis. So I know that they can. It just they'll need the support. They'll need the patience, the grace, the way that our community really rallied around them during the remote learning. It's been nothing but really positive vibes coming their way.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm curious, understanding that better now, how the remote only students play into that framework. I know when we talked about this back in July, we were sort of initially talking about really 3 cohorts. Would it be fair to understand that those remote students as almost a cohort C, and that they would be, the experience would be equivalent to what it is that they're doing right now?
So yeah, you can look at it that way. They are not on the rotation with AB though, so they're kind of like their own separate little cohort. And by dedicating staff specifically to be with them, they can have the remote experience. The only challenges, again, would be on some of those singleton classes that we talked about before, and again, depending on the number of students that go into the remote setting and what their current class structure. Again, it's one of those, we won't know until we get those numbers, and then we can start to allocate staff and figure it out. But we are dedicated, like with the board support, by looking at it and saying, we at least want to make sure that we lock down those core classes, and we want to make sure that we give them a viable remote, potentially a remote experience through some of their encore classes. But there is a chance that some of them could be a live stream. And again, there are districts that only offer hybrid with live stream. I think the fact that we're offering that option for full remote based off of the parent surveys saying, yes, there are enough people that want to do this. Now we can look at it and say, yes, we can allocate staff for this. So it gives us that additional opportunity. But how that remote experience is going to look like outside of the core classes we will be working on. Those experiences on the outside are going to be a little bit of the unknown going into it until we have those specific numbers.
Okay, and does that pertain then to the leveling also? Will the remote students be leveled in a similar way to the in-person hybrid students?
So they can, they don't have to. It really will, again, depend on the numbers. So if I have, let's say, 30 eighth graders, and let's say 7 of them are accelerated ELA, do we offer an accelerated ELA then at that point, or do we look at it and say 30 is a class and we're offering an ELA opportunity? So the potential is there. If we have enough students to be able to justify a staffing session for, or a staffing allocation, I should say, for that leveling, then it exists. But that's, again, going to be kind of dependent on the numbers. If it's one way or another, once we get those levels, then we can say, yes, we can dedicate and allocate staff for that. But again, if we have like two French students, how do we navigate that in a remote setting? Even if I was able to hire, is that something that we want to do for potentially 2 students, or do we look at it and say, as best as possible, you know what, we can't justify the staff for it? But that's a question we'll be able to answer once we actually have the specific signups.
Okay, I just have one last practical question before I shift into kind of a different gear. This may have been in a previous presentation, but do we know at this point how long that lunch break would be? And for students who, I mean, everybody has to transport it, right? Whether it's bus or car or if they walk, you know, there's some time that has to be allotted for the actual to and fro. Will there be sufficient time for students to actually kind of eat and rest and have a true break between in-person and the live stream periods?
So the draft that we have right now looks at about a 45-minute transition period, so it's just under what it is currently. And so we figure that with transportation, with an opportunity to eat and an opportunity to disconnect a little bit, that should be able to suffice within our school day. So that's what we're looking at. Currently, we have an hour-long break for lunch and disconnection. But because of how the scheduling and how it would impact the actual core classes, we'd be looking probably at that. So the goal would be able to be to maintain that. There's no way that we'd be able to, in a 30-minute period, get everybody out and get brand new students in and get them home and get them fed in order for them to connect to their classes. So at least the half day would be a little bit longer. Once we were to transition into a full day, we can shorten it up a little bit more because, again, they're on the premises. They don't have to leave. We do think that a disconnection point is important. We do want to make sure that we are intentional with that off-screen time. But again, there's only so many periods in the day to try and fit that in and navigate that. But that is something that we have intentionally looked at.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think what I've heard from the community comments that were made tonight, the comments that we heard at our previous meeting where we discussed the elementary plan, as well as through the massive amounts of comments that have been emailed to us as a board and that have been shared from the administration, what I'm really hearing from the community is kind of two things. One, the desire to keep a robust remote learning option available, because there truthfully are many families who either have had more success with the remote learning experience than their students have had in person, or are just, plodding along and are at least satisfied with what they've experienced thus far and really want to maintain that option as in terms of what they view to be the safest and the most effective. And so I'm really glad to hear that there's some consideration for that in this plan that's being proposed. I think that speaks to the effort that the administration has made to incorporate more of the community feedback, which was a criticism that we'd received with the elementary plan a few weeks ago. The other aspect that I'm hearing is that for the families that really do want for their students to be in person, the priority seems to be to do that as soon as possible. And so I echo what many of my fellow board members have said about sort of a disappointment of frustration with, this proposal that instead of the 9th, which was the date that we talked about in terms of being in alignment with the return to school for the elementary, now we're talking about the 30th. And I understand, that week of Thanksgiving kind of doesn't count because nobody would be in school during that period anyhow. I'm wondering a couple things. First of all, I don't know that it would make much of a difference in terms of bringing students back. I'm wondering if it's been considered at all to maybe adjust the school calendar to, shorten up some of these breaks, shorten up winter break. And I suspect that, contractually there might not be a lot of wiggle room to do that. So that was just a possibility that I wonder if it's been considered.
At this point in time, we've not considered adjusting the calendar at all, and I'm not exactly sure what we would accomplish by doing that. Do you want to elaborate on that at all?
No, honestly, it was just something that I hadn't heard discussed that seemed like it could potentially, allow for a return to in-person maybe a little bit sooner. I agree with you. It may or may not make a very tangible difference. I just wondered if it had been considered. No, and that's fine. That's understood. In terms of, I'm hearing Mary and Paul, what you're saying as far as the desire, at least, to have that that additional planning time. And I completely understand that if the jump is from remote only to full day in person with the live stream learning curve, with the challenges of maskless lunchtime, sound like a lot to put on our teachers all at once. If there's a possibility to move ahead with that phase of the plan, but to do it by level rather than across the board, the whole school at once, and maybe impact the and staff kind of comfort level adjustment. If we were to say, let's start with phase 2, but let's do it only for 6th grade for that first week, and then only for 7th grade, or not only for 7th grade, but start to phase in by grade level as opposed to have phase in be the half day to full day.
I think the major things that you stated, as far as like the things that we're going to be planning for, the only thing really off the table, because they're still going to be planning for live stream, they're still going to be planning for the procedures, they're still going to be planning for all those things. The only thing that we're really taking off the plate with the half-day model is taking lunch out of the equation, which again is the highest level, the biggest concern. So they will have everything else on their plate to start off. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear starting off. As far as the phase in, I think that the majority of the colleagues that I reached out to as far as the phase in model, I think if there was more staff sharing, so some of the school districts that I talked to that they have like a 6th and 7th grade teacher that is teaching at both levels, both content curriculum areas, things like that, or more traveling teachers, that's something that they've looked to phase in. But the fact that we have our grade level core teams already, I don't necessarily see a specific advantage to bringing 6th grade versus 8th grade versus 7th grade. I know that some of the models that we looked at before, as far as like half-day hybrids, we were very intentional in saying, yes, this totally makes sense for 6th grade to start off because of X, Y, and Z. But with the schedule pretty much landing to where it is that looks like on the regular basis, I don't necessarily think that there's a significant advantage, because the majority, besides our on-core teachers, which would get an experience, a different experience, our core teachers, we don't share them between grade levels. So it's not like they're necessarily dipping their toes in the pool, first. It would just be 6th grade is just full on, and then 7th grade would be full on. So I guess I would be open to it. I don't necessarily see the particular staff advantage, but it's something that can occur.
Okay, I appreciate you sharing that. And of course, I'm speaking as a parent with children who aren't yet at the middle school level, and so I'm a little bit ignorant when it comes to the practicalities of how Lincoln works as far as staffing and student schedules, et cetera. So I appreciate you taking the time to educate me.
Yeah, no, honestly, the parent forums, we had a lot of really, really good questions that it's just like, okay, I don't know the structure, and why is X, Y, and Z not, why is it not a possibility? Or why can't you just pick up somebody's plan and just implement it? And it's like, well, let's discuss that. So we're more than happy to be able to describe some of the nuances. It definitely helps being a specific middle school guy my entire career. So it's been 17 years in a middle school, so I live it, I breathe it, I only want it. So for me, it's to be able to talk in detail. By all means, keep the questions coming.
Well, hopefully, if I have any further questions, I can address them with you off to the side. I'm conscious of taking up the time of the rest of the board, as well as everybody who's there with you in person. I think I have just one last question, and it might be more of a question for Adam, with regard to, some of the other board members have brought up the idea of moving straight to the phase 2 full day hybrid model. Know what the cost savings would be of that in terms of transportation in particular, I think would be the most impact.
Not necessarily, because if we're talking about hiring more staff, the cost of the staff may offset the transportation cost, so maybe a wash.
Okay. That's helpful. I think those were all of my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, so for start and end times, it would still be the same start and end time for Lincoln?
Yeah, it would be very close to that time. We do have a couple of models that are like 5 minutes after, so instead of a 2:45, it might be like a 2:50. It would still fall within the contractual like teacher time, so we'd be able to navigate that, but it would mirror very closely to what it is that we had before all this, and that we're currently navigating right now.
And it wouldn't affect, parents who pick up from Fairview or Lyons and they're going to Lincoln also, dropping off, picking up, timeframes don't?
As far as the regular full day or the half day?
Well, either.
Yeah, I think the half day, it works out to be very similar in the break times and making sure that that those transitions are there. I do know that the busing schedule was looked over by Adam, and there shouldn't be a problem. It's the half-day model that the elementaries have, and I believe that this is correct, is it's similar to what it is that their regular schedule is on a half-day. So we have bus services on regular half-days, and so our students would be leaving at about that 11 o'clock time frame, so that would be before they'd be leaving for the other ones. But I know that Adam looked over the schedules, and it looks like we're good on the transportation front.
And I just wanted to add, I think, Kim, your question to Adam was about if we didn't do half-day busing and we went just to phase 2 busing. I think the question was, what would be the cost savings of a non-half-day routing? And the answer about cost savings is we would be needing more teachers in either phase 1 or 2. So would there be additional cost savings that we would be avoiding if we didn't ever do a phase 1, which is the half-day routes? Is that correct? That was the question?
Yeah, okay. And yes, Mary, thank you for advocating for me about that. And I do think I understood Adam's response. Whatever savings there might be from skipping phase 1 in terms of transportation might be either outweighed or at the very least offset by some of the hiring that we're talking about. And so I'm satisfied with that response, but I appreciate you following up.
Except, I guess I'm sorry to belabor this, but the hiring of additional staff would be for either phase. So I do think you are correct in the premise that it would be savings, because if you're avoiding a half-day routing and only doing full-day routing.
For those, you're talking about for those 3 weeks in
Right.
phase 1 under
Correct.
this model?
Correct.
Okay, so to your point, yes.
Yes.
For those 3 weeks in this phase 1, there would be a small cost savings.
Yes, so sorry to interject, but you are correct in your thinking. So, sorry, everybody.
No, I appreciate that. And also I appreciate, Adam, your reminder that we're talking about 3 weeks, right? I think the tendency during this time period is for 3 weeks to feel like 3 years. And so I'm, thinking that this will be a longer term savings. It might actually end up being nominal, but I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. For the hybrid half-day, for the scheduling for the in-person, Monday for AM would be periods 1 through 5, and then Tuesdays periods 6 through 10. So the time the half-day kids are there is not always core than the days that they are there. So Monday would be, let's say 1 through 5 is core, and 6 through 10 is encores, but it would be split up because some days they might have core all the days, but just half of the core.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that
Yes.
they're not specifically going there for just core.
Yes.
And encore is.
You're right in that analysis. So for the half-day model, 2 days a week, they'd have the classes 1 through 5 in person. 2 days a week, they'd have 6 through 10 in person. And 1 day a week, they'd have all remote. So, yes, you are correct.
Okay. I wanted to be clear on that one so that people knew that picking, at least with that half-day sectioning, depending on how long it lasts, that it would be split up. It wasn't always just specifically core. Some core will, and then some core would be then live streamed for those specific timeframes.
Correct.
For that
So
half-day.
part of the reason is 6th grade is very core heavy in the morning, 8th grade is pretty core heavy in the afternoon, and 7th grade is just spread out. So regardless of how it is that you slice it, it's still going to be either core heavy for one grade level and not core heavy for the other, if you're going 1 through 5. So 1 through 5 would definitely be very core heavy for 6th grade, but then the 6 through 10 is very heavy for 8th grade. And so that's why by rotating through, everybody gets that equity piece of making sure that they go through their entire schedule through the half days.
Okay. Now, right now we have, from the survey, approximately 62.4% say they would want the hybrid plan, want to go in person. Now, if those numbers go down, it's not really so much of an issue. But if those numbers go up for full day in person or even the half day, what would be the social distancing? Is it still maintained if that percentage is 75% that decides they want to be in person?
We were targeting right around 20% would be the threshold as far as the social distancing. And the reason, the easy way to explain that is if you have 30 students, 20% of them would be 6 students. So if right off the top you took 30 students, you took 6 of them out, and you had 24 students left over, you can easily split that up into 12 and 12. And so making sure that it's right in that 10, 11, 12 range is what it is that we're looking for. So the fact that we got significantly more than 20%, we're like, okay, now staffing potentially can be allocated that way. I think initially when we put it out there, that was the big unknown, because if we were dancing right around that 20% route, it kind of creates a challenge there. Now, as far as staffing, again, if that number continues to grow, we have the opposite problem. Then we have potentially the concern of not being able to go to a and B. But with the amount of responses that are definitely in it for remote, we feel like we can at least offer that. And then we would need to take a look at staffing on that as well, because obviously 6 students, and how many of those 6s do we put together to be able to create sections and make sure that it's academically viable and staffing-wise that it's viable. So if I'm hiring staff at a part-time basis, what is their class? What is their class like? Is it only going to be 6 students? And do we continue with that, or do we try to create those cohorts as best as possible to try and match them together? So we can be creative with some of that, but we're gonna reserve our decision making on that until we actually get the numbers, and then once we get the numbers, then we can be creative and potentially look at a staff member that can teach different grade levels, because it's like one section here, so they can teach a 6th grade section and a 7th grade section later on in the day to be able to provide a full remote opportunity for our students. So we need to get a little bit crafty, but once we get those numbers, I think we'll be able to do it.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, the 1 through the time frame, going back now to the scheduling thing, the time frame, the 1 through 5, 6 through 10, what is the amount of time that they are in school? Is it 2.5 hours? What is these? They're here from 7:45 or till 11. So
yeah, it's thereabouts. It's a typical like half day, almost a half day schedule that they typically get. So right about the 7:45 to 11:15 time frame.
Okay. So they're here 3.5 hours. I just want to know the time frame of how much time they are spent here. And, my other fellow board members asked the live streaming equipment. You're still looking into what kind of equipment that we're going to be getting. Let's see. And forgot that question. It was already answered. And then you already answered the question with we were thinking that November 9th would be a potential start date, and you have gone over the reasoning behind why it would be a delayed start. I'm trying to see. I think that is all the questions I have for now.
Can I
go ahead, Jen?
Is it okay? Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about that. I had 2 things, and that November 9th, because you just mentioned it, and so at the last board meeting, I know when we decided, okay, November 9th, this is when we're gonna, send K through 5, and we talked about like the week prior is when we're gonna make sure we're gonna check all those metrics, and it's gonna be a go or no go, and we're all hoping it's gonna be a go based on everything. But at that time, if you guys remember, I had asked Paul specifically, okay, we coordinated this with the quarters, or tri-semester, sorry, the tri-semester, we thought it was the perfect timing. Is the assumption that I should take as a middle school parent, that it's not, that Lincoln won't be ready to the third quarter and therefore in January. And he had shared at that time, no, we're not necessarily going to tie it to a start of a quarter. We don't have to. We could. We don't have to. We're even though that's what we're doing through K through 5, and didn't really commit to a date. So I know I've listened to some of my fellow board members say, "Hey, I really thought that this was going to be like closer to November 9th," and I think, Mary and Paul have done a great explanation. I just want to remind everyone about that because I know I had that dialogue, and I don't remember any commitment around November 9th of Lincoln being ready to go. I think there was just more of a reassurance of, no, it doesn't have to be tied to the semester or quarter beginning for Lincoln's perspective. So just wanted to remind everybody of that. And then the second one piece, and not necessarily tied to this, but in some ways it is, we have obviously 6th graders who have not been in that building yet. And, as they graduate through 5th grade, they have so much anxiety, and we do such a great job at Lincoln of letting them walk the building and become familiar with it and, do a tour of their schedule. So I just ask that as we prepare, even though, it's going to be this half day and it's going to be the 6th, 7th, and 8th, that we think deliberately of how we could help them. If it's possible, and I know we're asking a lot, but is it possible for them to have some acclimation to the building, even if it's broken up in some type of, with as minimal, quantity or with a quantity that we feel, we're comfortable with. But I just worry that there's going to be students who are going back that are excited, but that whole fear and anxiety of stepping in day one when classes start day one in the building is a lot. So I just ask that, I know you guys have so much on your plate, but I know you're always thinking of the students. So if you could, just think about that, and if there's a way we could help support them their first day prior, getting them acclimated in some way, that would be awesome. So.
Yep,
Sorry.
it's actually already in the plan. So when we talked back in June, when we were potentially looking at like in-person instruction, we're already developing some of our plans then. Now, obviously, it's going to look a little bit different because students won't necessarily travel around the building. There won't be passing periods or the locker rooms or things like that. But absolutely, that will be a plan prior to Thanksgiving to make sure that we offer opportunities for meet and greets, connections, scoping out the building, things like that, because we do know that they're excited. We definitely missed that in the spring. There was so much good transition that we have done. So thank you for recognizing that, and even the start of the school year by really being intentional on paying attention to our 6th grade needs. So when we will be welcoming them back in the building, we will absolutely have multiple opportunities to have students connect with me, with the administration, with the building, those kind of things. So definitely in the works.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, actually, just a couple other questions. Now, with the lower remote number, like if that percentage was lower, that's when we would really need to hire more teachers. Is that correct?
In either case. So if it's really, really low and we're looking at like a cohort A, B, and C rotation to try and avoid that potentially, but if our remote numbers are large as well, it depends on some of those sectionings of some of those classes. But right now, again, without those numbers, we can't for sure be able to tell. But it could swing it either way, because if I am not able to allocate staff for remote learning because I need them in the building, and I need all their sections, then potentially we would need additional sections hired to offer a remote learning option. So it could be if the numbers are too high, it could be if the numbers are too low. But that's something that when we get our numbers, then we'll be able to delineate a little bit more specifically.
Okay, and do you guys feel like you'll be successful if you need to hire teachers, that you will be able to hire teachers this late into the year?
Gosh, I don't know. So that's one of the variables. In my 10 years of administration, unless it was a maternity leave, you don't really hire people in late October, early November. We do know that once we post things out, at least in the springtime, there are people that are graduating right around the December timeframe. That typically they'll pick up long-term maternity leave subs and things like that. So as far as a consideration. Taking a look at that transition time, if we do hire some of those staff members that are graduating in December, or potential staff members, then we could have some really good candidates because they're available right then and there. But without previous experience and previous knowledge, I can't tell. I'm hoping so. And I know that we won't be settling. We definitely don't want to be settling just to fill in some warm bodies. We definitely want to make sure we keep up with the caliber of staffing that we've been hiring the last several years.
Thanks. And I would just add too that we've already tried to be creative in our thinking that if we couldn't find quality candidates, then exploring options such as retired teachers who have the correct certification and hiring them more in a long-term capacity for the remainder of the year. So there are other avenues that we can explore if that situation happens. But luckily, since we'd be prioritizing hiring around core certifications, those tend to be more common in the way that, again, as Paul mentioned, it's hard to predict. And I think just to be as aggressive as possible, as soon as a plan would be approved, we'd want to open these positions, even if we weren't needing to ultimately hire, just so that we could start to gain a quality pool of candidates, so that if that happened, we'd have a quicker turnaround.
Okay. Yeah, because, like everybody else here, the remote should be able to have a dedicated remote plan and continue that. Another question regarding self-certifying. We are continuing where people will take their temperatures at home, and whatever questions, you're not nauseous, you don't have a headache, and all these things. Those are self-certifying at home. Are we thinking at all of doing it on an app? Have we looked into that at all?
Yes, we are in the process of working with different companies that provide that service, and we will be meeting tomorrow morning as an administrative team to look at what information we've gathered. And what the short answer is, they're pretty expensive, and so we want to make sure that any recommendations or investments we'd be making would have full utility in meeting the needs of the district.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any? Brian, go ahead.
A quick question. If we said no to live streaming, I assume we would have to hire additional certified teachers to cover the instruction that would have been covered by the live streaming?
Yes, correct. You would need to hire a lot more teachers, because every class of 12 students, you'd essentially be taking like our model and saying you're capping class sizes at 12.
Right.
Is what you'd be saying, and so yes, could it be done? Yes, but you'd also run into space issues probably if you wanted to offer it in person. If you wanted to do full remote teaching to those 12, that could be a different model, but you'd still be basically capping class sizes at 12.
And I assume then that the challenge of finding these certified teachers would be almost insurmountable.
Correct. Because we're talking about anticipating challenge with hiring 3 to 4, and in this time you'd be talking about hiring 30, or 20.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And then just one last comment about the phases, phase 1, phase 2. I think we can all agree that these transitions and changes are disruptive, and my preference is to limit the disruptions and changes, so I would be in favor of skipping over the phase 1 and go right into phase 2. So I just want to throw that out there.
Okay, does anybody else have any additional questions? No. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mary and Paul and Sarah. And we will have a discussion and vote on it at our October 19th on Monday at 7 o'clock here. And some of us will be here, some of us might be remote. But we should all be in attendance for that meeting. Sure, we will take a 5-minute quick break to stand and stretch and go to the bathroom. He had a big drink. I said we were gonna finish the staff reports then, which is 2 more things. Quick agenda, and then we are going to do the community comments after that. That's our next section of community comments.
Can we move that up, the community comments?
Yeah, because you cut it short earlier, so I mean, we cut it a half hour short. Well, I thought you guys were done. Okay, when they come back, we will let you do the community comments. Okay, we are going to have just a little change to the agenda then. We are going to move the community comments up for now and do the summer 2021 construction projects planning after that. So the second set of community comments is going to be moved to this point. So please.
Can I ask one question? Actually, as people come up for community comments, we set our guidelines, with 6-foot distance and masks, and I don't know if people here, would feel comfortable if you come up just to give your thoughts on what we've expressed in terms of those as you give your comments. So that would be helpful.
Hi, hello. My name is Lisa Shaw. I am a parent of a 2nd and 4th grader at Lions Park. I do appreciate all of you coming in person. We really do appreciate that you're giving us this chance to speak to you in person. The first thing I wanted to talk about, there are a few definitions I wanted to bring up. A term that I've heard a lot since I would say July or May is the term of safety. We keep talking about the safety of our staff and our students. And I guess I want everybody to delve a little bit deeper into what the term safety actually means. For an accurate definition, it means the condition of being protected from or unlikely to cause danger, risk, or injury. So when we're talking about the safety of our students by keeping them out of school, what about the safety to our students by keeping them away from school? Like, what is that doing to the safety of our students? That's one thing I want everyone to think of. And another definition I want people to think of is the word risk, a situation involving exposure to danger. So what danger is there in being in school, and what danger are we exposing our children by being out of school? These are things that I think are very important. The last thing I wanted to bring up in terms of a definition was a risk versus benefit ratio. All of you have seen a presentation that a few of us parents put together and sent to you last month. And a risk versus benefit ratio is the ratio of the risk of an action to its potential benefits. Risk-benefit analysis is analysis that seeks to quantify the risk and benefits and hence their ratio. Analyzing a risk can be heavily dependent on the human factor. So when I talk about risk versus benefit ratio, I think it's important, and to your point, Member McCluskey, the risk of students going back in school is minimal, I think, compared to the risk of keeping them out of school. I know that masks work. I'm a healthcare worker. I've been working with patients, this entire time, not necessarily COVID patients, but sometimes asymptomatic patients. I'm in a mask that you see here. And I'm never more than 6 feet. I'm maybe 3 feet or 2 feet away from them. And we don't have exposure problems. We don't have infections from that. We don't have transmission for that. All the parents that want their students back in school understand the risks, and they feel the benefit of being in school far outweighs the risks of being in school. And I think this is a really important factor that you need to think of. One thing I wanted to bring up is, Member May, at the last meeting, you had asked the administration a question, which they didn't answer, and I wish they would answer, was if enough parents or enough students chose remote, wouldn't there be an option for the students that wanted to go back in person to go back 100%? And no one ever answered his question. So I guess I'm wondering why that question has never been sent out to parents and why the administration's never asked that. I guess if enough people are willing to, want to stay home, which is understandable, and have a remote option, then wouldn't we have enough room in the classroom for the students that wanted to come back to be back? And no one ever answered his question. I really wish someone would have answered that. A few other points I wanted to talk about was one of them is, again, in terms of the risk-benefit ratio, it seems to be very subjective. Like everyone, again, keeps talking about the safety, and one of the board members mentioned, if we think that we're going to be less than 6 feet apart, then won't the transmission be higher? I mean, that's a very subjective comment. I mean, there's no way of knowing whether or not that's true. And looking at, again, just community and the way the hospitals have been working, that doesn't seem to be true. I do think that remote learning right now for my child and for many of the children of the parents here is not an education. I mean, denying education Denying children on critical years of brain development it's being hindered by being in front of the screens all the time. I think that's a far greater risk than potential COVID complications. Again, the parents who want their children back in school understand the risks. IDPH guidelines do not translate to real life. They're not realistic guidelines. Again, in the hospital, IDPH has many guidelines. Realistically, we can't follow those. And they don't jeopardize the safety of our patients. They don't jeopardize the safety of our staff just because we can't follow their guidelines to a T. If you're gonna follow the IDPH guidelines of 6 feet, we won't be back in school for years. I mean, this virus is not going anywhere. It's not gonna be gone in 6 months. It's not gonna be gone in 18 months. Herd immunity is 3 to 5 years away. I mean, I urge you, I think we all are aware that planning has been delayed, and you've seen the consequences of that. You've seen how upset parents are that planning has been delayed. So I think it's important to plan that this might last for years. So what is your solution if you're going to continue to be strict on these guidelines? You know, piggyback into that, we did present a task force. The reason we want a task force is there are parents in this community that are experts. We have, you know, physicians and healthcare workers and lawyers and, you know, statistical analysis, risk analysis that are experts in this. I mean, they can help guide you. Other districts are using task forces that have these parents on the task force to help guide them to be like, look, this is not a real risk, or this is a real risk, and what can be safely done. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is, what's the risk versus benefit here? What risk are you putting our kids in by keeping them out of school versus the benefit? And I know that's different for every family, and I respect that, but I think you really need to take into account that if we want our kids back in full time, you need to figure that out. Okay, thanks.
And just for the answer for the, when Brian asked for the, why we can't do full time for if we had hybrid at home, I mean, not hybrid, remote people at home. Let's say 75% wanted to be in person, full day, full in, we couldn't do the 6 feet. And at this point, and at this time, 6 feet is what we are doing.
But we never asked parents, we never even found out what the answer to that would be. We never said
That pretty much would be the answer, because you would have, if you're full in, full day, every day, then you would have the 24 kids in a classroom. You can't have 24 kids in a classroom that are 6 feet apart.
So that 6 feet is never negotiable.
Like, it would have, we never asked in August. I mean, since you made the decision in July, I mean, we haven't asked every parent who wants to stay home, if you're willing to go
Full time.
Yeah, I think the question was if there was a small percentage that, like, would they push it over that 20%, like at Lincoln? So if there were a small group of parents, and we already had the splits, and then there was a small group that wanted to go in both the basically stay in the live all the time, could we accommodate that?
No, his question was, if enough people pick remote, would there be an option for the people who want to go in?
Yeah.
Go in. So basically, we never asked parents that question.
But it appears that enough families have not selected remote.
Aren't we at about 50-50 right now?
No.
Where?
It's like 65.
That was 65-30.
65.
32.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we haven't presented that.
And a lot of parents, I'm going to piggyback in, I know a lot of parents have said that they picked remote because they can't do half day because they work. So I don't know how accurate your numbers are on that. Sorry. I have a few things, though.
Yes,
Sorry.
just please go ahead with the comments.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry. So it's Zoe. Thank you for being here. We do appreciate it very much. And we do respect everyone and everyone's opinions, even though ours might be different. And we all want to just work together. So I just wanted to say that first. I don't know how to say your last name, so I'm going to call you Mrs. Sarah, that went over the metrics. Is it Turbinsky? Tybersky. Okay, thank you. I didn't want to say it wrong. So I guess I just have a few questions, because one of the board members asked, have we reached out to other schools? So I guess I'm wondering, as somebody that was putting together metrics, why haven't you done this already?
She's not going to be answering specific questions to you. We'll take them down, and then we will send those.
So I wanted to go into that. So Brown University did a study of, and I'm sure a lot of people have heard of it, out of 200,000 adults and students, in 47 states in the last 2 weeks of September, they found that the COVID positivity or infection rate in students was 0.13. The infection rate in staff was 0.24. So I just want you to like really listen to that number when you're kind of making our kids suffer at home over these types of numbers. Okay, that's number one. Number two, so District 15, I know that every district is different, but this is a district that does not have a lot of money. They have been full in-person school with 3 feet of distance, 20 kids in the class, eating lunch without masks on. And they're going strong. So it's very, very, very frustrating to keep hearing. I guess you guys say that 6 feet, that's it. I feel like the biggest thing we've heard tonight was 6 feet and lunch, 6 feet and lunch. That's what, like, all this is coming down to is 6 feet and lunch? Like, we can figure it out. It's gonna be okay, we can figure it out. And parents, like Lisa said, if we wanna send our kids to school, we get it. We understand. There are ways for them to safely eat, as other districts are showing, St. Raymond's, St. Paul, all the other schools that have been in are doing it. So, I mean, like Lisa said again, are we never going back to school full-time, ever? This is it? This is as good as it's gonna get? Because we're scared of lunch? Okay. And the last thing, I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional because like, this is just, really in the end, school is about kids. I know we wanna keep our teachers safe. My sister's a teacher, I love her, I want her to be safe. But in the end, it's about our kids learning. Mentally, emotionally, academically, physically. They're not learning. Oh, God. Okay. And it just seems that some of you on this board are using your own fears and personal feelings to make decisions for everybody. And I mean, I get fears and I understand them, but it's not okay for your fears to affect everyone else's kids. And Ms. Trubisky, I don't know what background you have that you can be the person in charge of metrics. It is concerning to me because it seems like, oh, technically with what you told us, we should be in full in-person school right now. But, oh, our district is saying we're not. So I'm sorry, I'm frustrated. I don't mean any ill will to anyone. I just think you guys really need to think about the number one person that you're affecting is the students. It's not about the adults. It's not about me. I can be home to help my kids. It's not that. This is just what we're doing is almost like criminal. So that's it.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Monica Janicek, and I am one of those lucky parents who happen to have a child in every one of the schools that are in our district, from Westbrook to Lyons to Lincoln. I also actually went through the district. I went through Lyons and Lincoln and Prospect as a child. I have just like a couple of questions, which I just found out probably won't get answered, but I just wanted to put it out there. First of all, I do appreciate the board saying that to skip the phase one. I understand the issues. However, I almost feel like you'd almost be saving some PPEs by skipping phase one because you're saying you're going to clean in between AM and PM kids, but then if you only have AM all day, you don't necessarily have to do the extra cleaning in between. You can just clean once after school and then you have the next group in and so on and so forth. My other question was more to Lincoln is, are they going to all get new schedules if they have to go back to school in the hybrid, or are they going to still stay more or less the same, like, schedule that they're with now? Also, I know that you said that periods 1 through 5 would go AM and then 6 through 10. Currently, 6th grade, 5th period is a break of like 40 minutes, or are they going to be at a break in school? Or are they going to be sitting in class and doing nothing? Or are the classes going to get longer at that point? And then I had one more. Sorry, I was jotting notes down. Also, with the fact that they are going to be wearing masks, is there a reason why they can't change classes in school? Like, can't they just follow their regular schedule, considering they are going to be wearing the masks and they can walk the hallways? I'm sure we can teach them more or less how to walk a hallway in a mask. And if you're only going to have half the kids in at a time, because you're only going to have half for 2 days a week, and then the other half, the other 2 days a week, you won't have as many kids in the building. So isn't there a way where they can just kind of walk their normal schedule and change classes and kind of make it easier, I'd say, on the kids and the teachers, because they're kind of more in a normal routine as suppose they have to keep adjusting or they're going to sit here and not move and stuff like that. That was another one. And I also have to agree with the 6 feet. I understand that you guys are trying really hard to do the 6 feet. However, they keep saying that technically the mask is wearing is when you cannot be 6 feet apart. So if we can do 4 feet and get extra kids in the classroom, I think that would be great. And I do have to agree with some of the parents that, I know the elementary schools, you guys had made the decisions before doing a focus group with them. I wish you would have done a focus group with them, because I think you would have had more parents express the fact that they're okay with not necessarily being 6 feet or, you know, being 4 feet and having the masks on. As long as the masks stay on, I think that the kids will be okay. Don't get me wrong, I do want to, you know, express that the teachers are doing a fabulous job compared to the spring. My kids are doing it. They don't have a choice because I don't give them a choice. They sit there, they go to class, they do their work, but they just don't, they don't like it. They want to be in school. They want to be able to interact with their teacher on a personal basis, not necessarily through Zoom. My youngest went to Westbrook to chalk the walk, and she happened to run into her teacher, and she was ecstatic about it because she got to see her teacher in person. It's like something that she's been waiting to do for such a long time, and it just happens to be she was there and the teacher walked out. She got to take a picture with her. It was like, for her, it was like what she's been waiting for. So I do feel that, you know, I understand it's a difficult decision. I get it. But I do feel that some kids just, they want to be in school. And I feel like as a board and as administration, you have to be able to give them the opportunity. I know we're in a difficult situation, but the world has to move on at some point. You really cannot stay in a bubble your whole entire life. And that's pretty much the direction that we're heading, is in this bubble. If we're going to keep this 6 feet, you're never going to get the kids back in school. Our buildings are not, they don't have the capacity for it. So that's all I have. Thank you.
I wasn't planning on speaking. I'm not a speaker. I think what Zoe and Lisa said, I think got to the heart of what I'm feeling, and I want to just back up what they said. I want to thank Mrs. Gore and Paul. I think what you presented is, you did a great job given the 6 feet and all the boundaries that we're trying to keep the kids safe. I think you worked with what you were given. That being said, I still feel like we need to take a step back and look at perhaps the presentation that we sent before last board meeting, talking about a lot of the science and the risk-benefit ratio. I feel like the 6 feet with a mask is overkill, to put it bluntly. So I would just personally ask that you guys go back and look at some of these things that we're setting in stone, like the 6 feet, and some of the other science that's kind of causing us to be very conservative with our safety with the kids, which I totally get. I'm just wondering if it's just too much, and we're just not giving our kids the opportunity to get back into full person. So, like I said, I'm not as eloquent as the other two ladies, but I just wanted to back them up because I feel the same way. And I just really think we need to go back and look at the boundaries that we're setting with the 6 feet and what's causing you to come up with the models that you came up with. I think it's a little too complicated. It's overly complicated more than what it needs to be.
Hi, everyone. I'm Donna Dietrich. Nice to see you. I was not planning on speaking tonight, so I made a lot of really random notes. I apologize for the scattered piece of this. But I just wanted to take the opportunity. I did have the opportunity to speak last meeting, and I really want to say that I really appreciate you listening to us and understanding that parents feel that we also need to have a voice, and that you guys took the effort to not only hear us, but also continue to ask really tough questions. And I really do appreciate that, so thank you. Also, I'm not sure if anyone checked the American Pediatrics guidance on distance. I did while we were sitting here. And for secondary and elementary, it states at least 3 feet, ideally 6. So since we're all looking at metrics, I hope that helps. And then also, has anybody talked to a pediatrician or anybody in the medical community that can help also bring another set of metrics to the conversation? I think that might be helpful. And then also, I know there's a lot of concern about the number of kids and how everyone's going to come in, and I thought that just there could be some more creative solutions for us, maybe a tiered approach where 6th grade comes back first, then 7th grade, then 8th grade, or you bring 2nd and 3rd grade back, see how that goes, then introduce 4th, introduce 5th. It's just trying to problem solve. I know it's hard, but I know a lot of the teachers are really concerned about lunch. Is it possible to bring a parent in who already has a child that's in the class, already been exposed? Obviously, they're wearing masks. I know it's increased people, but again, just trying to help problem solve. And then also, if the metrics does shift actually to green, how fast do we go back to full person? Like, what's the plan to get us to the next phase of positive? I know we've kept looking at the negatives, so if we can start trying to understand what the positives could also be. I'm really happy that Sarah had stated that we're starting to see a shift downward in Cook County, so fantastic. What does that look like if we continue to see the downshift? Is there more risk in having half days for the phase 1 as opposed to phase 2? So I know Mr. Saminsky had stated the fact that there's going to be a shift in between, so it's going to be 7:45 to 11:30, and I think I figured out 11:45 to 3:30 for the PM, aroundish, yeah. Thank you. I do math too. Thank you. I've had a lot of time in core math. It's been a lot of fun, or Common Core. So is a half hour in between enough time to really appropriately clean? Is it more risk to do the half days as opposed to a full day where they can clean at night? So just more questions there. And then a little confused about lunch, gym. If the kids are always sitting in their classrooms, why can't we use the gym? Because they're not going to the gym. Can those gym teachers go to a library or a conference room to be able to help the kids that go in? Can we use that space for something creative? Again, just trying to problem solve. And then also the big piece I know we've been talking a lot about tonight is hard metrics. What we haven't really talked about is the soft metric, which is the social emotional. That's the hard piece to quantify. Obviously, a lot of parents are concerned about their children's emotional turmoil over all this. So just want to bring that up again, just making sure we understand how this is really affecting the kids overall emotionally. So I think I touched on all of this. Oh, I believe in masks. I think we should have it. And I am also a parent who has asthma, so I'm considered high risk, and I'm comfortable with my children being around kids in less than 6 feet. So my kids are more important than my health. So I greatly appreciate the time and effort you guys did tonight, and thank you.
So I'm greatly appreciative of you asking about 6-foot social distancing, and I think to say that we've already decided on 6-foot social distancing is probably legally incorrect, and that's because there's mandates and there's recommendations, and there's also a hierarchy of guidance. And sitting at the top of this hierarchy is the governor of Illinois, right? There's a Restore Illinois Mitigation Plan, which has 5 phases. Phase 1, remote learning. Phase 2, remote learning. Phase 3, remote learning. Phase 4, open with IDPH-approved safety guidance. Phase 5, back to normal. We're in Phase 4. That says open with IDPH-approved safety guidance. IDPH recommends, as the district admitted today, 6-foot social distancing. They do not mandate it. So what you're doing is basically elevating the recommendation above the mandate if you require 6-foot social distancing wherever you go. So you also asked another good question earlier about the targeted plan and whether that helped us to get special education students back. And unfortunately, Ms. Dabrowski lied directly to your face. The targeted plan does not get special education students back. It keeps the other students out. They're supposed to be giving IDPH safety guidance. IDPH says we're supposed to bring people to specialist education fully, immediately, not to keep it only for targeted. Targeted is, their district's using it to keep the other kids away from hybrid. Thirdly, we can't make up metrics as an excuse. If it's a staffing issue that we can't bring people back, we need to say so. We can't allow reverse engineering of the metrics to say that, oh, we think we're going back. Otherwise, all you're doing is allowing district employees to say that that's medically necessary, is that that's somehow safer. We had, carry the 170 case counts. It's foolishness to believe this, and to continue to let the district play amateur hour here with these metrics is really upsetting to community members. I mean, she can't even present a graph with the right amount of
Okay, sir.
figure.
I don't think you should attack Sarah personally. Okay?
It's not
We
personal
appreciate
attack to
your
say that.
comments. We appreciate your comments. It's very important for all of you to come here tonight and give us your opinions, because it helps us get educated and make decisions. Making personal attacks on Sarah doesn't help us.
I don't see how
So
it's a
please
personal
stop,
attack.
all right?
But how is it a personal attack? I don't want to.
You're saying that she's lying up there and
She
she's
did
being
lie.
deceitful. You know what? If you don't have anything nice, I guess, to say.
Well, okay, I'll keep it factual then. The graph that they are presenting with these 2.00 has no weighting criteria that they have made up themselves. The fact that they're presenting that to the board is just, I don't understand how we can't look at this and say that this is not something that's factual, it's not something that's medically mandated, it's something that a district employee with, I don't think, a health degree or even a STEM degree is making these weighting metrics and presenting it to you like it's a useful piece of data. It's not, it's made up. Lastly, someone mentioned Viator shutting down, and that Viator shutting down was evidence of a problem. And I think that misunderstands that Viator shutting down was not a bug, that's a feature of the system. So the IDPH has adaptive pauses. If there's an issue at a school, you take a pause from full in-person remote learning. It's not something that you don't do remote learning because you're scared. It's you take a pause if you need it, and that's what Viator did. It's not a feature, it's not a bug, it's a feature. Lastly, we don't need to assess metrics. IDPH does it for us. It's in the graph, it's in my report. I'm going to disagree with the previous speaker that we need someone else to decide on metrics, because then we're just playing battle of the experts. The governor says IDPH approved safety guidance. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't just follow exactly what IDPH says. Thank you.
Okay. You know, as the governor did state, it's IDPH guidelines that we go by, and each individual school district decides on their reopen plan. And at this point, this is our reopen plan. These are our metrics that we are going with. And that is how it is being done right now.
Hi. My name is Laura Hollis, and I just kind of want to thank you, first of all, because I know it's a long night, and I appreciate you guys still here and listening. But I just want to talk about my own personal experience. I know I spoke with Dr. Gore, and we were able to have a really good conversation about this, but I am a middle school teacher. I teach in DuPage County. I teach 6th grade. My school has been fully in person since August. We are a smaller school in a smaller district, so I get it. Our district teaches kindergarten through 8th grade. We are a public district. But through the project procedures of being really creative and having a strong team and having teachers on board, we've been able to do it. So I think about 25% of our students are remote, and then the rest are fully in person Monday through Friday, full day. We do rotate classes in 6th grade, 7th, and 8th. The only curriculum that we did have to pull from the content was STEM, just due to the nature of it. It's too hands-on. But otherwise, the classes, the way we are able to do it is we did hire additional staff. So I do think that's really an important feature moving forward. I also think that it is The lunch is something that we can do. I'm personally a lunch supervisor as just a teacher. We had to ask for 5 lunch supervisors so you can divide the kids because you can't have more than that 50 space. So I know that it was had mentioned that the gym can hold up to about 50 students. So that would be an ideal spot if they could sit there, eat. The kids are really good. They come in, put their masks, sit, put their mask off, eat their lunch, put it back on, throw their garbage out. It doesn't take very long. We do follow the 6-foot rule as much as we can, but sometimes it's more towards the 3. However, the 6-foot rule is something that we do practice a lot. So in addition to that, I would really like to see that the same thing be considered for the elementary building. I'm not sure why we're pushing for the middle school to go through a phase 2, but we haven't heard anything for elementary. And so I think we need to look at it as a united front. How do we get all of our schools, all 4, back on the same kind of plan versus just looking at one? Because right now we have no plan for the elementary. So if we look at a phase 2 and we're planning and we're in a plan for phase 2 for Lincoln all the way at the end of November, when are we going to put in a phase 2 for their elementary kids for Lyons, Westbrook, and Fairview? Because I think that all the kids need to go back or at least be given that chance. So my Nolan is one of the kids that will not be able to attend because of this current hybrid plan. So he's going to be remote and he has ADD and it's just been really challenging for him. So I think we just need to look big picture. How can we try to problem solve this? It is something we can do. I think we're a really creative team. We just got to look at how can we do it. So again, thank you. I don't think that remote needs to go away. I think that's something that any family should be able to have the option to pick from. As a teacher, I do fully support the idea of having a full remote teacher. It would not be something that would be easy to juggle, having my kids in my classroom and then trying to do the camera and whatnot. So I think that that is also something that I would suggest for the board to really look into. So again, thank you for your time tonight. I know it's late, but I do appreciate it.
Hi guys, Eric Nilles again. And I just want to hit on a couple of things that kind of struck me as I was kind of listening to the conversation today. So in my line of work, I talk to people all over the metro area here in Chicago, all over the country, heavy concentration on sort of the dense East Coast. And every time I start a telephone conversation, people must think I'm crazy, but I say, how's the school thing going? You know, and I've yet to hear one negative story, one horror story in all the discussions I've had. And again, I was kind of chuckling when you hear Viator, and I hear how we're afraid of lunch, but Viator was attributed to a slumber party. So I think you're going to have a hard time locking down all the risks. The other observation is that when you're thinking about, we talk a lot about the metrics and how we look at the metrics, and at least this is my understanding of it, is that the categories or action levels that we're using to kind of wrap these metrics in are highly subjective. So I would just kind of keep that in mind as you're thinking about this. And the other thing, as somebody that deals with different kind of risk every day, one of the things I realize is that it's a statistical reality that something bad is going to happen. And I hear a lot of great planning and stuff like that. But kind of like Viator and other people have brought up here, bad things are going to happen. It's not catastrophic, but what are you guys going to do? And I would be seriously thinking about how you're going to build that into plan. That's it for me.
Are we now officially done? Anybody else? Okay, thank you. And then we're going to proceed on then with our summer 2021 construction project planning report.
Can I put one plug in before everybody disappears?
Sure, go ahead, Jerry.
Congratulations for everybody enduring. But just so, there actually is an election this spring, and so there will be seats up for elections. So if people are interested, I know you've taken action here. It's actually time to collect signatures and get on the ballot and all that. There's a process. So if people truly are interested and want to get involved more deeply, it's actually a good way. So, we'd welcome that, to have people running for the board. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Okay. Adam, is this you now? Summer 2021?
Good evening. This is the time of the year where I formally present the construction projects, although in both August and September I've already precluded those. So we have previewed those. We have a decent idea what's going on with them. I do have two of our partners, Carol Pugh from Green Associates and David Torres from Nicholas and Associates, to help with any questions. And I'm not running the AV right now, but the team is, so I have tons of confidence in them. All right. So as we talked about in the last two meetings, we're talking about two projects, one over at Lions Park and one over at Lincoln. Okay. So Lincoln Middle School is our oldest school. Built in 4 different phases, the oldest being in 1950. What we're doing over at Lincoln, if you remember last year, we replaced all the floors all throughout the classrooms, and now we're going to finish the job by replacing it all in the existing hallways and the common areas. And so that's just the schematic. What you see in yellow is all the areas which will be replaced. It will be the same type of tile, the luxury vinyl tile. Big advantage of this, outside of the aesthetics, is that it is very easy to clean. You do not need to chemically strip or wax. You can just take a wet mop, similar to the floor that we're looking at right in here. It's massive time and labor savings, in addition to the floors being 20-something years old and replacing them throughout the building. Lions Park, we talked earlier in the year about the expansion, and we always talked about when the enrollment would cause for it, then we would expand. And from earlier conversations, that time is now. We are out of space at Lions Park. The SOAR classrooms are there, and the time is now for the addition. So what we're looking at is to build 4 classrooms and expand the multi-purpose room. Similar to what we did over at Fairview. However, as we know, the footprint of Lions Park is very different than here with where the Park District boundaries are, so the addition will look a little different. So this is a just physical rendering of the side of the addition. Similar to what we did over here. Once the addition's completed, you won't know the difference between where it stopped and where it started and stopped because of the flow of the building. This gives you kind of the at a glance upward view, and what we're trying to visualize this from here, and there's some other views, is basically this past summer, we built out the parking lot and expanded that, and we intended to move the bus loop to the front of the building. The old bus loop was grassed over with the intention of this addition always being built. So the good thing is, in our forward planning, we put those things into consideration, so there's no work that we did before that was wasted, because we're all being able to build on that. So this is, this gives you kind of an upward view, the Google Earth view without Google Earth. It would be the 4 classroom addition would be towards the front of the building on Council Trail, right next to where that bus loop used to be. We have some concrete sidewalk that would be coming both from Council Trail and then entering from the parking lot. And then because of the border with the Park District, instead of here, we were able to go back and out. With Lions Park, we have to go to the left, because that's where our property is. This is a similar schematic, although this shows you a little bit more detail. And again, similar to what we did over here. On the bottom, the classrooms are in green. You have the hallways in beige. You have some area in light blue there for some small group instructional space. And then with the knockout of the multi-purpose room, we'd be able to add a little bit of storage, not as much storage as we were able to put here. And but as the enrollment at Lions Park increases, we need space in the cafeteria for students to eat, and that's the other justification for the multi-purpose room. Similar to what we did here, we would eliminate the stage, as it really doesn't serve a purpose for the size and the size of the space. And just like we can visualize here, we're allowed to put a lot more classroom tables in at that time. So keeping with the timeline that we are somewhat familiar with, I'm presenting the board, or the construction project, to the board this evening. We're going to have some time to discuss and ask some questions. The bid packages would be prepared and sent out to contractors in December. This is a tight timeline, as before. The bids will be approved by the board in January, and then between spring and summer, depending on what the buildings look like, construction would begin. We've had many conversations over the last several years about the TIF. So I am happy to say that I've had some very positive conversations with the village administration, and they are committed to a phased-in model of utilizing TIF surplus to be able to offset the cost of this construction, hoping somewhere in the area of about $600,000. Again, it's because of the way that the TIF works and the surplus and the mechanism. It's not all that money coming right up front, but the conversations that we've been having over the past several years since the TIF was put in place, those would come to fruition, and that's a positive thing. I know the board's been asking for it, and a good thing to be able to talk about. So I want to leave time for you to ask questions. And then what I'm going to, what we're going to leave with tonight is the recommendation to move forward with these projects. We don't vote on the bids. The board doesn't accept the bids until January 28th at that board meeting. But with us moving along with this process, we are committing to the projects.
Okay, thank you. And it's good information to know regarding the TIF, and that upwards of potentially $600,000 over time could be given back to us for putting the addition on, which is great. For the multi-purpose room, is that addition that you have in the back area, is that just strictly for storage, or is there potential for students to have lunch there also?
No, it would be more for student lunch, and there'd only be a small storage area.
Okay.
Again, because of the footprint, it would not be the size of the storage area here. It would be something similar to back there, where we could have some area for storage.
Okay.
So it will look different. It will increase the space and size. And again, the main intention for increasing the space and size is to put more students in here to be able to eat lunch.
And with the stage gone too, that makes a huge difference. That it's a lot.
It does,
space.
if we remember where Brian and Virginia and Mary are sitting, that was where the stage cut off right there. Those two pillars are still existing.
Yeah. Okay. Does anybody have any other questions? Brian?
Quick question. The timeline contemplates the construction being finished prior to the beginning of the school year?
Ideally, yes, but again, it is tight. Ideally, and we've talked about this before with the bidding process and planning, ideally we would like to go out to, we would like to present the projects earlier and go out to bid earlier, but obviously with everything going on with COVID and hybrid, there have been other priorities. So it will be tight. That's definitely our intention to be done for fall, but it is a tight schedule.
And if we're not able to have it completed, we'll still be able to operate at Lincoln, or sorry, at Lyons?
We will operate, we'll definitely have a contingency plan B put into place for what school looks like at that time, similar to what we were planning here at Fairview.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry, go ahead.
Just a few questions. The classrooms, the 4 proposed classrooms, they look like their footprint is larger than the existing classrooms?
Slightly.
Okay. Is that a code thing, or is there a reason that those have to be bigger?
It's not necessarily a code thing. They are matching the 4 classrooms that we put on the Fairview here. It's more a matter of standards now, providing more storage in the rooms than the current ones have. About 900 square foot is what we typically plan out for classrooms.
Okay.
They'll be laid out very similar.
And with that being said, a lot of the design elements that we put into these classrooms were very well received by the teaching staff. So most of those things that are set up in, or that were constructed in those rooms will be present in the Lyons Park classrooms.
Okay. And by the way, thank you for the memo. Actually, it addressed the lower level. The one nuance actually on a second story was probably not necessarily to build a second story right now, but to actually structurally design this section to support a second story if we were to need to go there in the future. Because I know we've had this back and forth that these buildings can't support a second story, but if we're doing new construction, could we actually make them strong enough to do that in the future? Because we are landlocked, we may have to go there down the road. And so that was just a nuance that, I think we should think about if we're adding on to the schools at this point. The last thing was, and I know I'm the guy that's kind of a pain usually going the other way on not spending money, but one of my fears with adding 4, with the property configuration, would it actually make more sense to actually build out 6 classrooms in that space with the idea that, for advanced planning, is 4 just getting us enough? Would we be smart while we're actually doing the construction to actually leverage the space that we have here and go to 6 classrooms?
Ideally, yes, except that we're talking about a substantial expense, not substantial, a big change in expense from something that we weren't necessarily planning to do.
Yeah, I guess just understanding, how much more that might be. I don't know if we have a feel. My concern is that we go back, a couple of years down the road and we find out we need to add 2 more classrooms. We keep, we've been kind of hand to mouth on both Fairview and Lyons Park for years that I feel like the footprint fits, and I know I usually go the other way. So this is very contrary to me, but I'm just looking at the footprint and it just, I'd hate to do it incrementally and throw away that extra money. So that's just where that thought comes from.
Well, and I understand that. I mean, most of the people are no longer here, but our entire conversation this evening and our limitations revolve around space. And before it was space of classrooms, and now we're talking about COVID, and one of our number 1 issues is space. We can't do what Northbrook does because we don't have enough space. So to that point, yes, but again, we're talking about 6 or 8. It's a completely different ballgame than what we've been talking about and budgeting for. So.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I haven't brought it up before, but not seeing the footprint laid out, now it's much more obvious that There actually is the property there, but.
Something outside of the financial situation, with the design and everything, with the timeline, to be able to, I mean, even if Carol and Dave went back, it's not even midnight yet, even if Carol and Dave went back right now, I doubt we would be able to construct something and plan something and get that up and running by August. Is that fair to say? Probably correct?
Plus, one advantage we have with the floor classrooms is we planned the stormwater detention, the underground capability for storing water last year.
Okay.
In preparation and knowing there might be an addition of 4 classrooms. And so if we did 6, then now we might have to go back and put in more underground detention. So it kind of
Okay.
timing.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to throw it out there as long as.
No, for sure. I mean,
It's very, very contrary to me, but.
Yeah, well, and when we've always talked about, I know when I've always talked about construction planning, we've always tried to stay several steps ahead so that we're not constructing something that then we have to knock down. That was the step 2 years ago when we were gonna build a parking lot, but then we found out about the house and we decided to pause the parking lot until the house was down, and then we could build a big parking lot and expand all at once.
Yep.
I mean, that was smart. What we did with the stormwater, while we were constructing the parking lot was smart, because again, we were building for the addition that we knew we were gonna need 2021 or beyond, and here we are, now we're able to take advantage of that as opposed to having to go back to the drawing board. So, while, any costs associated with construction and addition on a larger scale is large, we're being smart with our money and the way that we're planning things, which I feel very proud of. And again, with a lot of help from our team to be able to do that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Vicky. Yeah, I just want to echo everyone's praises. Thank you so much, Adam, for following up. I know we talked a long time about the TIF and what surplus could come over to us to help out Lions Park. So thank you I know you've been constantly following up with Mike Cassidy and the village administration. So thank you. This is like great news. So, and I know it's going to be phased in. We're not going to, probably see it for some time, but it's great that, you have this agreement. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I guess, I know I talked about this last meeting. It's the floors, the Lincoln floors. So I understand that our plan, that the floors were done and the classroom floors were done last summer, that the plan was to do the hallways and the common areas this summer. I understand everything you're saying about the floors are in terrible condition, that the tiles are old, it takes a tremendous amount of manpower. I guess, so I'm not suggesting that we hold off on doing anything with the floors until 2028. I guess I'm just thinking, I would like to propose maybe holding off on the floors at least this year, and we can revisit it the following summer. And part of the reason is I definitely see an urgent need for Lions, because what I don't want to see happen is like class sizes exploding there, right? I want to make sure that the class sizes stay reasonable. But with the floors, I guess I'm just a little bit thinking about our budget. So right now we have an unbalanced budget. And then now, we've talked about a realistic need to hire additional teachers for when we start bringing in the Lincoln students. And, there could be other costs associated with bringing, having the students return to the classrooms and safety issues. So, yeah, so I guess that would be, I feel like I would almost lean towards just going for the Lions expansion this summer and holding off and revisiting the Lincoln floors, just like we are holding off and revisiting all of the other construction projects until, not this upcoming summer, but like 2022.
So the one thing I do want to say about that is, while obviously the cost of the materials is going to be something that is a standalone, there's the labor that's involved to do the floors. And because we're going to be replacing floors putting down floors in 4 new classrooms in a multi-purpose room, that will be a bid package, flooring in general. And by coupling the bid package of the Lincoln floors and the Lions Park floors. It's going to cause the cost of the Lincoln floors to be much more reasonable versus if we delay a year, and I totally understand what we're saying about the budget, and when I'm talking about budget, I'm going to agree. However, by delaying that, then ultimately it's going to cause the cost of this project to go up next year because that would be a standalone project for the floors.
I know that if we, what you're saying makes sense. So I just want to understand. So if we did the Lincoln floors this summer, it's going to cost about $200,000. If we postponed it, do you have a ballpark? I mean, are we talking like 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 more? If we can't combine it with something else, with maybe we can.
I mean, you'd have just the standard cost for inflation for the next year, and then as a standalone project, it could be anywhere between 10 and 15%. Because you do see economies of scale for having the larger size or scope of work that would be kind of put together with what's going to be happening at Lions Park.
So.
Okay, so
220, 225, 230, somewhere in there.
an extra 20 or 30,000, assuming that there would be nothing that summer to also like couple it with.
Yeah, because I just looking at the plan, looking ahead, and looking at other parts of the district, I wouldn't anticipate doing anything with flooring next year or 2022. So. Yeah, it would be a standalone project, and it would, again, we'd be paying more for the project. And then with I understand what you're saying about the budget overall, but when in terms of the capital projects of the budget, we purposely set aside $4 million to do projects, and with the idea that, these are the only two projects being done. These are the priority. All those other things that we first talked about back in June at the administration building is, those have all been put on to 2022 and beyond.
Thank you.
Kimberly.
Just to follow up a little bit on Vicky's question, like in addition to the potential extra costs for materials, if we put off the floors, the extra costs associated with the labor and the supplies, equipment, et cetera, for cleaning the floors as they are now.
Correct.
Adam, about what the cost of that is so we can get a better picture of what the total price increase for that project would be if we wait.
It's hard to quantify the cost savings of the labor of cleaning the floors. As far as the materials, I probably added another 10%, give or take.
The material is not a huge increase.
Not as much as labor is. When we clean in the summertime, and what we've been employing a strategy the last few years is we take all the facility supervisors and custodians, we pull them all together, and we go building to building to take care of stuff. This Lincoln takes the longest amount of time, not necessarily because it's the largest building, but because the floors take the longest amount of time. I mean, we have a fourth night custodian there because of the amount of time it takes to clean the floors. It's massive. It's massive, massive time and labor intensive.
Okay, I appreciate you trying to address that. I certainly understand, especially given current circumstances where we're in a place of hiring additional custodians just for, the cleaning needs associated with being in a pandemic. It's probably hard to say in terms of the labor costs what that would shake out to. But I just know that's been a recurring theme, right? That the floors as they are very work intensive to they're already kind of beyond
stripping and waxing with auto scrubbing machines takes a lot longer than taking a wet mop and mopping the floors on a nightly basis.
Okay, I appreciate you trying to speak to that.
Of course. Jen?
Jen.
Thanks. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear earlier when we were talking about the 4 classroom potentially going to 6. Did we say it is doable in the timeline, or do we say it's not doable? I couldn't hear the response.
It'd be a challenge. It'd be a challenge to be able to have that up and running by August.
Okay, and up and running meaning that those classrooms up and running, correct? And we don't necessarily need those classrooms, especially if we added 2 more for 2020. I mean, is the expectation, I get that if they're there and usable, we will use them. But do we feel like we absolutely need them, or we're, for next year's for the enrollment, or I guess that's still unknown,
We'll need some of them. That was the entire thing that precipitated this conversation, was the enrollment of Lions Park is almost as much as Fairview is, plus Lions Park has SOAR. So you have additional classrooms that are being used for SOAR. So when we first start talking in August and September, Lions Park now next is out of space. There will be no space next year. And that's where we were talking about temporary measures, 33 kids in the class, or mobiles, which we went through this at Westbrook. And reminder, we did this at Westbrook at a time pre-referendum when we didn't have the funds. But
no, I'm not a proponent of mobile units, so I get it. I guess, Adam, my question for you then is if it's possibly doable but challenging, I swore when we talked Fairview, and maybe I'm wrong, but I thought when we said from 4 to 6, because you had different scenarios, and that was a few years ago, so I get that.
When we did,
I thought adding additional 2 rooms was like somewhere close to $1 million.
When we did Fairview, we talked about the possibility of doing 2 or 4, because we knew we needed 2, and then the difference between 2 and 4 was about $1 million more. And from a cost standpoint, and knowing that we needed space, it made a lot more sense to do 4 instead of 2. So that's why, knowing that and knowing where the enrollment is and knowing that SOAR is there, that's why I went ahead with 4 and didn't even recommend the 2 option, because I knew that 2 is not enough. And we'd be building 2 and then we'd be building another 2 very soon. So that's why I led with 4.
Yeah. No, I get why you led with 4, and and I appreciate Jerry's question. I guess now that we know that we do have TIF support, does that make sense then to add the additional 2 at this moment in time, versus ever trying to go back or have any future conversation? Because really, ultimately, and I don't know if that $1 million still holds up, but really, you're kind of in a free. One of the 2 classrooms basically paid for outside of what's already budgeted. Like, as to your point earlier, we budgeted $4 million. So anything we get from the TIF is wonderful. But we're not leveraging it at this moment in that project. So, I'm not trying to rechange everything. I'm just saying that I personally love the idea of being, if we could do 6, I think that it probably makes sense if the rest of my board partners agree with that. Regardless, I totally support this project, and I also completely support the floor aspect, because I do think there is something to be said about leveraging the current buy with the floors, the labor, et cetera. Like, to me, it doesn't, to piecemeal it at this point, just and delay that project, and then pay more for it, just doesn't kind of square up with me. So that's just my head.
Okay, so while we're talking about it, let me ask, do we have the consensus of the board to move forward with 6 classrooms over at Lions Park, with the idea that it is very possible that many of them will not be ready in August?
Well, a couple things. First, you represented that it's a very tight timeline to get the 4 completed. If we went with 6, then it sounds like it's unlikely the project will be completed by the beginning of the school year. Is it?
I would say unlikely, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to kind of have a little more discussion internally internally about what the impacts are going to be for making that change. So as Carol mentioned earlier, you know, the MWRD, we have to add washrooms. That comes into the mix now. I don't know because of the 6 classrooms versus 4. We have to kind of develop what that's going to look like first before we could commit to a timeline. I mean, we do additions that run from the spring through August all the time. A 6th classroom addition can be done, you know, but we're at the mercy of weather. You know, that's always something that we have to battle through. You know, this past project at Fairview, we were very, I don't want to say lucky, but
we were very fortunate with
very
weather.
Fortunate with the weather.
And everything worked out.
We had foundations on the ground at the right time because it poured the next weekend. You know, it just, there were things that fell into place, and, you know, we still were up against the ropes getting that done in August, and we're able to complete it. And it can be done, but it's going to cost, there'll be a cost premium for getting the additional 2 classrooms done because it may require additional overtime on top of the general cost for the additional square footage.
And then we will potentially lose the savings from doing the water retention work.
Well, it just, you may have to add more.
We'll have to add more.
So there may not be the cost savings that we initially. Yes, understand.
Okay, would there be potential to do, to have the 6-room option out there, but put a bid out, or at least know what the costs are for 4 versus 6?
So, and this is.
time frame.
And this is where, I'm sorry, this is where that timeline of us put the specs together and getting the bids out, and that's why we're standing here tonight and why it's so crucial is, and any delay of options like that just delays the entire project. So if we want to move forward, with 6, now's the time to do that.
The problem with doing 2 is that you have 2 completely separate designs at that point. You know, because there are implications for going with a 6 classroom addition versus a 4. So to bid that as like an alternate, I mean, they're having to design 2 completely different things, which that adds cost too.
Well, right, we pay the architects for 2 different designs. And then again, as we're bidding it out, you're trying to bid out, it's not like you're bidding out 2 alternate projects. It just complicates things.
I think we can establish the cost per square foot of the 4 and then adjust it for 6 and know about what the difference is. But Adam's right, don't pay me to do 2 different versions. It's not worth your money to do that. We can make an educated guess on what those additional classrooms would cost.
But I think.
But Dave's right. We could be kicking into another set of bathrooms and things like that. So I can't tell you exactly what that will cost right now.
Right, so I don't think tonight we could, if we were leaning toward the 6, we couldn't make that decision tonight because we just don't have the information.
And I don't disagree with you, but all I'm saying is to delay it by, to delay it by November 5th, then to get the bid documents out to the contractors and to have everything work would be, I know it would be ridiculously tight, just because of the way that I interact with Carol and Dave so much over the next, yeah.
And do we know if there's enough space there to add 2 classrooms?
Space for the class, I think the bigger issue is the underground detention. And we have the space there. I mean, the entire bus loop's gone for that reason. The footprint would look a little different, obviously, because we'd be further west than we intended to.
Right.
Okay, Vicki?
Yeah, so I just wanted, Adam, you had asked something along the lines of, is the board comfortable with kind kind of like supporting you in changing the plan to 6 versus 4 classrooms. And I think for me, it would be no. It just feels very sudden within like a 10-minute conversation. We would change these plans. I think also because, I mean, I understand Jerry's point that we have space for it, and I understand that, you know, we're going to get this TIF surplus money, though probably not for years, so it's not like we can automatically put $600,000 in our account this year. But
True.
I think the other thing just keep thinking about is, you know, these extra costs, the additional teachers and the staff that we'll have to hire, probably the extra materials that will be needed as the students return more and more to school, and our unbalanced budget. So it just makes me hesitant. I would feel more comfortable like staying with our plan and keeping it to a $4 million capital projects budget. You talked me, I'm convinced now about the floors. I'm not ready to go the extra step for 2 additional classrooms. So I would advocate for keeping the plan and not changing it.
That's where I stand. So I'm for the 4 classrooms in the Lincoln floor
Okay.
project.
Rachel, did you want to say something?
Sure. I'll be very brief. I feel more confident about the 4 classrooms, and I support the floors as well, because we've been talking about those floors for ever. Do the floors.
Thank you.
Kimberly, are you for the 4 or for the 6?
I'm more comfortable with the 4. It sounds like there's some additional costs that would come along with the 6 that we haven't adequately planned for. And I agree with Vicky's concerns about, you know, you're so tenuous right now. It feels irresponsible to plan for extra expenditures when we don't know what else might come up.
Jen? Anything additional?
No, I already said where I'd go, so I think I'm outvoted, so it's fine.
And Jerry wanting to spend all that money. I agree with Vicki and Brian and Rachel and Kim, and kind of this be sprung on all last minute, the 6 rooms, and the viability of it even still potentially might not even be there. Could, though, what Jerry requested about having it structurally possible to build a 2nd floor, to have it built that way? Is that what you?
Yeah, that was the real point.
For potentially along the lines, later times.
Yeah, I would almost agree. You'd be better off with the space that we have. We'd be better off going 6 out than.
I'm not saying to do it today, but to build it for that future capability, if we needed to ever, because we don't have that much land left.
Yeah, it's just and I'm not the architect, but the structure is completely different.
It is. Plus, what we found because we do get asked that question regularly, because it's a very valid question. And when you talk through the logistics of it is, people never want to go back and build over the existing building with students in it at the same time. It just turns into a safety concern. And so our first suggestion is always to just keep going on the 1st floor, especially because it's an elementary school, and it's just more appropriate to have the younger ones on the 1st floor level anyway. But usually when I bring up the issue of construction over top of an existing building like that, that's occupied, that usually changes everybody's mind anyway. So if you have the space, I would just continue to go towards the west.
Okay. And I think we have 5 for the 4 classrooms and for the floors. So I think that's the route we're going to be going, the 4 classrooms and the new floors at Lincoln.
So thank you for that. We will continue the planning and then get the bids out to the contractors. We'll be coming back January 28th to have the board approve the bids.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next is superintendent report, the strategic plan scorecard, trimester update. Yes, thank you for staying so long.
Yes, I have 3 items, and they will go very quickly. First, not on the agenda, but I do need to report FOIAs. We had 3 of them. The first request was a commercial request that we received on August 20th from Ken DeLoyan of Smart Procure. He requested information for purchase orders dated June 20th, 2019 to current, We responded on August 26 and sent him 2 documents that included the information he requested. The second request was received on August 22nd from John Dyer, a district parent. He requested all emails, notes, and any other documents that referred to or included information about him. We responded on August 28th, September 2nd, and September 3rd, and we explained we had provided him all the records to be in compliance with FOIA. And the third request was received on October 2nd from Robert DeGray, Director of Research of the ADAC. He requested information regarding the number of students with IEPs, the number of parentally placed private school students referred for testing or needing services under requirements of Individuals with Disabilities Education Act's Child Find procedures. He also asked how many have IEPs or ISPs, if the district's child find referral process is in writing and where it can be accessed, the district's total IDEA, Part B, and total allocation, and the number of parentally placed private school students that have received IDEA fund services, which services and the location of the services. We responded on October 9th and sent him a spreadsheet with information that he requested. That's the FOIA report. Also on the agenda was the Illinois School Report Cards. They have not been released yet. They're still embargoed, so we don't have those. I should have them for you on November 5th. They're supposed to be posted on October 31st, but if we don't have them, we can't post them. And the last item I have is the trimester update of the strategic plan. I have it in there as an information item. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer those at this time.
Anybody have any questions regarding the strategic plan? Kimberly?
I do just have a quick question about the security audit. I know it had been put on hold because we left in-person instruction prior to it being completed. Given that we're talking about going back in some format, will we be able to complete that this year, even if we're in a hybrid model, or do we need to have kind of?
It's not. It's not likely that we'll be able to complete it without the kids being back in full time.
Okay, right. That's what I figured, that it has to look more typically in order to assess the protocols, et cetera. Okay, thank you very much.
Anybody else? Okay, and I think that is it. Thank you, Dr. Armiller. And then now we have our consent agenda. First, we'll pull the board self-evaluation meeting for October 1st, the closed session, because Jen was not present. And then we could do that one. We'll just do that one first. If someone could give us a motion to approve the self-evaluation.
Motion to approve board self-evaluation meeting October 1st, 2020, closed session.
Second.
Vice President Chung?
Yes.
Member Fay?
Yes.
Member Kobus?
Abstain.
Member May?
Yes.
Member McCluskey?
Yes.
Member Rotroff?
Yes.
President Kowalczyk?
Yes. Okay, and then for financial reports, I believe it was Jen that took care of that?
Everything looks good. Thank you.
Thank you. And so if I can get someone then to a motion for the rest of the consent agenda?
Move to approve the minutes of the following Board of Education meetings. Regular business meeting, September 24th, 2020, open session. Item 2, personnel transactions, approve the employment of 2 ESP individuals and accept the resignation of 1 ESP employee. Approve the financial reports and the accounts payable bills.
Second.
Member Fay?
Yes.
Member Kobus?
Yes.
Member May?
Yes.
Member McCluskey?
Yes.
Member Rotroff?
Yes.
Vice President Chung?
Yes.
Member Kowalczyk?
Yes. And then next in line is the unfinished business for the board policies. If I can get a motion to approve those board policies.
Motion to approve the following Board of Education policies. 2:260 Uniform Grievance Procedure. 2:265 Title IX Sexual Harassment Grievance Procedure. 5:10 Equal Employment Opportunity and Minority Recruitment.
5:20 Workplace Harassment Prohibited, 5:100 Staff Development Program, 5:200 Terms and Conditions of Employment and Dismissal, 5:220 Substitute Teachers, 5:330 Sick Days, Vacation, Holidays, and Leaves, 7:10 Equal Educational Opportunities, 7:20 Harassment of Students Prohibited, 7:180 Prevention of and Response to Bullying, Intimidation, and Harassment, and 7:185 Teen Dating Violence Prohibited.
Second.
Brian, was that you?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Cobus?
Yes.
Member May?
Yes.
Member McCluskey? Yes. Member Rotroff?
Yes.
Vice President Chung?
Yes.
Member Fay?
Yes.
President Kowalczyk?
Yes. New business, we have to approve the letter of agreement with School Exec Connect. And did everybody look over that agreement? And everybody's okay with it? Okay.
Yep.
Go.
Yep. Good.
If I can get a motion then to approve the letter of agreement with School Exec Connect?
Motion to approve letter of agreement with School Exec Connect.
Second?
I'm sorry, who seconded it?
Kimberly?
Member May?
Yes.
Member McCluskey?
Yes.
Member Rotroff?
Yes.
Vice President Chung?
Yes.
Member Fay?
Yes.
Member Cobus?
Yes.
President Kowalczyk?
Yes. And now we're up to board discussion. We're getting to the end now. And we will be discussing the return to school task force to decide whether or not we think we should have one. And I guess if in do you guys want to wait and do this November 5th, or do you just want to do this and take care of it now?
I would like to do it now.
Say wait.
Yeah. I think we should just take care of it now. Okay. About the return to school task force and whether or not we should do it for a parent-teacher task force to meet with admin. Also, if we do decide to have that group, what would be their parameters, what we think, what we'd want them to be looking into if we were to have that task force, or what we'd want admin to do. So anybody, ideas and thoughts?
I'm for it, and I think it should be a clear objective, a clear goal, a narrowly defined goal, such as what metrics would be recommended for full-time return, something along those lines. So I think it needs to be very focused. And it'd be fantastic to have, I think, a task force focused on that and spending time educating themselves and then ultimately educating the board and providing recommendations. So I think it's a good idea. I think it needs to be not too large of a group. So those are my brief thoughts.
Yeah,
Vicki, go ahead.
Sorry. I would agree with Brian. I would fully support this as well, to have a parent-teacher task force. And I like those goals that you mentioned, Brian, either to really solidify our metrics. I know that Sarah Tyberski did a tremendous job, and I think, it can only be better to have more input and, to hear from parents in the same way that our Lincoln plan benefited from surveying our parents too, although those were a focus group, and so this is a little bit different with the task force to present a recommendation to the board. Or I guess another idea I also had is they could come up with once the metrics are solidified, or let's say we continue with what the district is using, that they would recommend sort of like a timeline or a plan for full in-person learning to accompany our full remote learning. And I know, Brian, you referenced this at a previous meeting, but, you know, I think back to our referendum task force, which met like 3 times over a course of a few months when we were still deciding on the referendum. And I think both Brian and I, we weren't part of the task force, but we were in the audience just listening. And it was so good and so eye-opening. And yeah, I mean, I know you can speak to this too, but there were people on there, you know, very for the referendum and very against it. And by the 3rd meeting, there was consensus just from like talking and explaining, and people were so, yeah, I mean, it was heated and emotional, but so good, like so good to hear their experiences. And I think, like for me, some of the details of this task force, like the number of, like who is on it, or I mean, obviously parents and staff and hopefully principals and teachers, and but yeah, like how many times they meet and maybe the makeup of it, I would leave to whatever District 57 admin is going to head it. But to have it, to establish it, and then yeah, once we have a clear goal for the task force, and then I know that District 25 has their task force, and it sounds like that has been very successful for them too. And you know, they post their agendas online, they post their meeting notes online. So I think that we could benefit. So I would support it as well.
Jerry.
So I guess I would be supportive as well. I guess the one, I do like the point of the really defining the purpose and the scope of that task force. The one concern I have is to make it a representative sample of the parent community, just to make sure that we do actually open the participation broadly, so that we do get people, we do want different points of view. We do want that debate, and we do want, people who share various points of view, and if possible, if there are people that actually have expertise in different areas, it would be fantastic if we could get a representation. So, I think it probably would lend itself to some sort of survey if we go down that road, just to understand what kind of response we would get, and from there, we'd have to figure out how to bring it down, because I'm guessing that there will be a great deal of interest in participating in something like that. So, but it still does have to be a manageable group to make that really function. But I do agree that the debate is effective. Bring all those points of view, and hopefully that just helps us get to a better result that supplements what we've done already.
Jen.
Okay, so I'm supportive of some type of community represented task force that you guys are talking about. I guess I would just caution a couple things, just like kind of scream out at me. One, when you talk about the referendum task force, we also had a paid service provider, consultant, whatever you want to say, that kind of led that, right? So we had a third party that was managing through all those events. And so I think about the task force back in 2006. I want to say I was part of that task force in 2006. Gosh, I can't even remember what we were going to try to tackle. I think we were talking about the building sizes, Lincoln. I don't think we had Westbrook at the time. This is before we decided on anything with Westbrook. But what are we going to do with all the spacing constraints? And there was a task force that was put together. And I don't even remember the end results because I was getting my master's, so I had to end up falling off of that task force. But at the same time, I know there was like a lot of angry feelings post that conversation, because they felt like they weren't heard, or they put a lot of effort in and it wasn't at the end of the day. So I also just stress that, we need to be careful. I think the scope is really important, but also know that the recommendation might not be what we would want to do as a board. And so, that's not an easy message to give back to a community when they put a lot of effort into it. So just to kind of, be conscious of that. I also want to make sure that we're respecting the boundaries of administration and the board and our, experts in the field, as well as, it's great to be inclusive and to understand more and to have them perhaps, being led by an administration who's got a specific task that they want, whether it's, what you guys shared earlier or others. But I just want us to be careful a little bit because, we are here to listen, but at the end of the day, we're also making the end decision. So, and I want us to make sure that we're not going to have an administration that thinks one thing, a task force that thinks another, and we're stuck somewhere in between trying to figure it out. So, really want to be inclusive. I get that, but be careful. I think the scope is really critical, and who that group reports to and what we're looking for is really important. So that's kind of where my head's at.
Can I piggyback on that a little bit?
Go ahead, Kimberly.
I appreciate Jen, you raising the concern for the boundaries of our administration. And I thought of it in a different sense in terms of everything that we're already asking our teachers and staff and admin to do in light of trying to move us at the elementary and now at potentially at the middle school level into a hybrid format. To ask them to take on the additional responsibility of participating and possibly managing a task force, it feels like a lot. And I think for me personally, I'm neutral about the idea, leaning towards against, just because I feel like we've made so many decisions that have been based on the metrics that have been presented to us that none of us necessarily have a major issue with. Certainly, there's disagreement to be had and discussion to be had about why one metric versus the other, et cetera. I just feel like we're a little too far gone to scale back. We're already rolling with some of these plans. So I think I question the effectiveness and the helpfulness of a task force at this point. I think I'd be open to the idea if I understood better really what the purpose was, what the scope was going to be, what the intended outcome would be. My sense of what the intended outcome would be based on conversations that we've already had, based on the comments tonight and previously, I don't know necessarily that would be a lot of opportunity for consensus. The conversation as it is right now, I think feels very polarized. And certainly, Jen, I agree with you that it's helpful to take into account the expertise of others that maybe aren't necessarily represented in the decisions that we've made thus far in terms of healthcare professionals, et cetera. But I also really feel like there hasn't been a lot of respect for the expertise of our administration and our staff and those of us on the board. And that's the piece that I just feel like what would be the point of having a task force when things feel very, it just feels like there's a dichotomy between two different approaches. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, just to piggyback on what Kimberly's saying, I definitely support, when I talked about supporting task force, I don't support a task force to reevaluate our metrics. Like that, if that's the task force we're creating, I thought we were still going to try to define the scope of like something maybe specifically we'd like them to do, but I agree with you. You could have 2 well-qualified doctors in a room and both will tell you a different opinion of how to handle COVID right now at this moment. And it's unfortunate, but it's a pandemic and it's new. So of course nobody's like the expert of all experts. And I don't think we're gonna, to Kimberly's point, get a consensus. And I think we're just gonna be spinning our wheels. If that's what we're trying to do, I think we should be definitely leaving it up to our administration and their expertise. So that's my mindset as well. Just wanted to clarify.
Rachel.
Thanks. So I am definitely excited to see and in favor, I think, of having more parent voice in our conversations, which I think is part of the reason that the task force was proposed. I think that whenever you get a small, however selected group, right, and this group would have to be selected in some way to hopefully give some equity to the different opinions involved in this whole conversation, I think you're always going to get feelings of or accusations of some kind of secrecy or lack of transparency. And I know even when we spoke with other neighboring districts that one of them had commented that there was some accusation of that even within the parent task force, because no matter what, you're going to be choosing a small representation of the larger group. And I wonder if we are just better off really being very intentional with what we've done up until now, and even more so, like with the focus groups, with the surveys, when we need specific information from the parents about certain things. I think, you know, that was maybe something that was missing in the plan to go back for the elementary. I was really happy to see it now, and I think it's very effective. I think to see how Mary explained how we see the different priorities represented in the Lincoln model, you know, that I can see that, yes, that phase one is to advocate for the importance of, you know, lunch for the teachers, which is a large stakeholder group. I can see that the full day model rather than the half day is to respect the wishes of the parents. I think that that's what we're going for, right? And I think that maybe having more focus groups, while it's time consuming, I think that you would hear more voices than maybe if we selected, you know, 7 or 8 people to be on the task force. I guess it just doesn't address that if we do have experts in the community, like if we have an infectious disease expert, I would love to hear their opinion to work with us as we move forward. But I just don't, I agree. I think it might be a lot of time for a lot of people, and I don't know if there's not a clear goal in mind that isn't already going to be addressed by the board, then I don't know. I think we could maybe find other ways to have more voices included, which I am in favor of.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. You know, I have the same feelings as ladies behind me with, you know, you'd have to have it very narrow of a scope because we don't want to change our metrics. We're not trying to redefine what our metrics are. Question, did we do any real focus groups with elementary when we were starting to go back with hybrid and things like that? Oh, you did do focus groups.
We did this summer, yeah, but not prior to the creation of the elementary hybrid. So I think, you know, there were focus groups in the summer, and then, but not as recent as the ones prior to the hybrid recommendation of tonight. So, yeah.
So I would be more inclined then to definitely do those focus groups and getting the parents in to, you know, have a say or give their opinion or tell them what's working, what's not working, what we think we'd want, and then to work around that plan. Also a survey before we, you know, go into the next phase to be like, where are parents at? Do you want the full in? Do you want full in 2 days? Do you want us to see if it's possible to be full in all, depending on what the metrics are? If they're there, then they're there. Plus the group would have to be a small, I don't know how we would go about doing the survey when we'd only pick a very few amount of people to be in it. It wouldn't be a group of 30. It would be, you know, a group of 7 at the most. And just to decide on who would be that. And in District 25, they have had issues with this group, you know, being, you know, thinking they're being biased and having trouble with people leaving, you know, wanting to know what they are doing. And so they're having some issues in that respect too. And I'd hate to see that go, you know, out of control here, or to be off course and to, you know, to find out that this is not a productive group. And then we have to, you know, end the task force because if it's not being productive at all. So if the focus groups, especially if the focus groups seem to have helped Lincoln, like getting more perspective, and I mean, because you do have the phased in 2 for a full day for, you know, 2 days a week. So, and that helped with having the focus groups?
Yeah, I think we felt like we got a lot of information. I think what we found to be a theme also in the summer is that what's nice about focus groups and using surveys is you've got nice kind of blend of quantitative and then qualitative data. So you can go a little bit deeper in the narratives when you have that format and kind of build off of themes that are coming up. And then you also, though, have more, group numbers that can either verify what you're hearing or also show some differences in what your data is. And I think that's kind of what was revealed. I think that because we weren't surveying so specifically about that remote hot button issue, about wanting a strong remote option, I think we could have missed that. And our focus groups, that was the reoccurring theme. So yeah, it's nice to use both in concert.
Okay. So sure, Vicki, go right ahead.
I hear what you're saying, everyone, but I just want to say another thing. So I was thinking that this task force, if we had it, could, like maybe they would have as their goal recommendations for the timeline and implementation of fully in-person and fully remote, right? So offering both. And I don't think it has to be an either or, but, and I definitely think, I love that you did the focus group and you're continuing to do it. But what I like about this task force is not just, parents giving input and that's it. So it's just a one-time opportunity. But I like the idea of a task force where you just, it doesn't have to be weekly, but you just meet several times and now you're giving your input and now you're giving your feedback and you're part of that recommendation process. And to Jen's point, I 100% agree. I think we have to make it clear that whatever the task force recommends, it's not like, obviously we'll consider it with, a great deal of respect, but it's not a done deal. So, I know that there will be expectations and disappointments if the board decides to go with a different direction, but then that's on the board. But I just think that, it's a great way to empower parents and just really get them involved in making these recommendations. Although I hear what everyone's saying, I don't want to create more work for our already overworked teachers and administration and staff. But I don't know, I love the idea of it, so yeah.
Yes, I think we owe it to the community to do this. And I don't think we should dismiss it out of hand and say, oh, there's challenges and 25 have had some difficulties. I think we're up for the challenge. I think it could be a wonderful resource for us, and so I think we should give it a go.
Do you think everybody's ready to take a consensus to see where you're at? Okay, Brian.
Yes.
I would say yes, given a very clear definition of what it is.
I agree.
I think with the appropriate caveats, I'm a yes. Yes. If we find that it's getting out of control, then.
Wait, can we clarify, are we creating a task force to be able to support different initiatives, or are we creating a task force to specifically address the metrics? Because that's two different things.
I think we need to come up with the goal before we know. I don't think we should create the task force without knowing what they're doing.
Right. So I'm trying to understand, which one is this? Because I have a very different opinion on both.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fair, because my view was that it wasn't recreating the metrics. I think where people were going was a very specific task about what is the path to. I like the path to full reopening. It's a very what would that look like? What is a recommendation to go there? I do think that recreating the metrics is not an efficient use of time. So things like that, where it's recreating the wheel, may not be good use of time. That would be something better from, if we were to seek advice of medical professionals or professionals in public health. I think if we were to revisit that, as opposed to a parent task force, with not necessarily any more specific expertise than anybody in the room. So, and that's my point of view.
You agree on that also? We're not redefining the metrics.
That's right. But I don't know if we're in a position tonight to decide on what the specific task is going to be. So I think this is the first step in creating a task force. So I think it's completely acceptable to say, yes, let's create a task force, because I think we need parent input, and I think it'd be helpful.
You know, I guess maybe with admin, what would you think the role, or what potentially would be the avenue, what we want this to create this potential task force for?
Well, I really appreciate the comments that have been made, and I can understand wanting to provide the community a task force. I get it. From administration's perspective, though, allowing us to do focus groups and surveys really gives us the information that's most beneficial to us. And it's what I feel is the best use of our time. I so much appreciate the comments of spreading the administration pretty thin, because they really are. Where we can work in these focus groups, we can take care of these things through the day and really get what we need to get out of the information from it that's most beneficial for us. So that's really my position on it. Mary, do you want to express an opinion on it? You don't have to.
No, I mean, we'll do what is the wishes of the board, and I mean, we'll obviously do what we need to do. And, you know, I just also want to just defend Sarah Taberski, because I think she's received an unfair focus as an individual tonight, because she has a talent for data and has really leaned into the complexity of this work, and by no means, I think, has that warranted her to be isolated as if, you know, she's doing that alone. So I just want to speak to her tonight.
Mary. And I think that's, in essence, why we don't want redefining the metrics to be, because we do think she's done a great job with it. Okay, you guys.
Would it be more effective to just, I mean, I think there's been enough discussion here that, I mean, we're going to meet on Monday with the other vote. Should
Okay,
we
have a vote
actually
then?
table not voting on this tonight? Because I think it seems like there's just kind of open thoughts in people's minds, and maybe we think about it and come back Monday and.
The idea hasn't been developed enough.
Yeah.
And maybe we might think of something to focus on if.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so we will table. Yes.
Can we just then, sorry, can we just then, when we, just was my proposal. So as we get later in the night, I get crankier. So I'm just like, you guys can probably already see it's coming out. But what I was going to say is, can we then, if we're going to talk about this or vote on this on Monday, I think it would be nice if we could be, you know, whether it's a focus group or if it's a task force, like those are, you know, ultimately we're just trying to get the engagement. So from the community. So there's lots of ways we could do that. You know, task force, I know you guys said, well, I think we need to do this for the community. A task force is like 5 or 7 people that'll be happy and kind of like, you know, proud at that moment. It's not the entire community. So, I mean, I would just say that I think if we're going to vote next week, let's like vote on multiple options or one or the other, something that the community then feels like we are listening and being responsive. Because I think there's multiple ways, whether it's a focus group, like I said, or other ways that we could take intake from our community, our parents specifically, and not have to go through just such a formal process. So that's my just 2 cents.
I agree completely. I mean, the focus groups definitely.
Thank you.
Have definitely, you know, you've been able to hit more people with, especially since you said there were 76 parents that participated in the Lincoln one. So there is definitely more participation that you get from a focus group versus just 7 people with their own issues that for and against that are deciding and trying to figure out. So you do reach more with the focus group than we would with the task force, because we wouldn't want a big task force, because then it would just, that would be too many people. So-
I would just add too, from a research perspective, you're able to ask like similar questions with multiple groups, and you're not usually getting the same kind of thoughts that are, you know, kind of group thinking that can happen sometimes with smaller groups. So that's another benefit to, you know, having like a protocol or an input focus, and then bringing in diverse groups, and then trying to pull some themes. So.
Good insight.
If I could say, for what it's worth, I appreciate that approach because the way that it also leverages and incorporates the expertise of administration, right? I think, Elaine, to your point, you're able to get diverse input, but then filter it through your perspective and experience actually being in the schools and managing the day-to-day. And I think that piece wouldn't necessarily be incorporated into a task force.
I think if I can just add in, I think part of the benefit and what was useful in our parent forums was really to gain an understanding, because again, the nuances of the schedule, the staffing, the structures, a lot of parents were coming at us saying, hey, here's what our ideas are from the outside, or what our colleagues or friends or whatever else are able to share. And I think having a little bit of a deeper understanding of some of the challenges at Lincoln, or some of the things that we have considered or haven't considered, I feel like Mary and I were able to answer a lot of questions. They're like, oh yes, that totally makes sense now. I was thinking here, and why didn't you go for the obvious? Well, here are some of the opportunities. So I feel like definitely a sense of like understanding was almost universal out of our 4 parent meetings. Was like, okay, now I understand it. Now things make more sense, that I'm able to ask some of those questions and get some of the answers. So I think that community engagement for us was beneficial, because there was more of an understanding walking out from those, as opposed to us coming to them and saying, hi, we have a problem, we need to solve it. It's more of a, hey, let's have this open discussion and have more of an understanding walking out.
Sorry, thank you, that's good perspective. Okay, so, well, it's not too bad, 12:28. If I thought it was going to be a little worse when I saw that we were hitting this topic at midnight. So, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Yes.
Member Rotroff?
Yes.
Vice President Chung?
Yes.
Member Fay?
Yes.
Member Kobus?
Yes.
Member May?
Yes.
President Kowalczyk?
Yes. And that's a wrap. And thank you very much, Sarah, and we are so sorry for the, you know, we all know what it's about, and there's no changing his mind anyway, so.